Okay, I think everything is working. Ooh, ooh, ba 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 ba. Okay, yeah, I think. No, this is not using the right microphone. There's no way. Yeah, it's using my gaming headset, which is not not what I'm using for my mic. USB audio codec. Okay, that looks way better. And then make sure this is using the right microphone. Yes, it is. Okay, great. How goes the Elk Twinks day? I'm not much of a twink anymore, man. I'm 24. I gotta grow up. I'm like women. I need to get a wife and settle down and have a kid or two. It's time to lock in. No more games. Nikocado had it right. I need really loud music today, and I would like to apologize fervently to everyone who has to listen to this, but if I don't listen to really loud music, I'm gonna fall asleep. Okay, ba. Music is a little bit loud. So something like that. That looks about right. Let me know if I need to adjust that further, everyone. Sup, Elk? You know, I was feeling kind of ill because I drank a lot last night. You know, a little party on Saturday night with friends. But then I woke up and I had a shot of vodka and a Red Bull, and now I'm feeling human again. So loud equals funny, obviously. Oh, I got a cute little painting recently. Can I show everyone? Hang on. Hang on, I have to stand up and move over here, but I'll show you all. Wait, huh? Jethro Tull uploaded something. Okay. I was about to say, dude, did Jethro Tull just drop a single? No, it's a remaster of an album. That makes a lot of sense. I was like, how? So we gotta post this here. And go like that. And then, now that I have the DM on this account, I go open image in new tab. Okay, here we go. I got this cute little painting for like $20. It's really cute. Is that the Fox from Zootopia? Yeah, it's my little Nick Wilde plushie. That's a big ass lion. I know, dude. It's mogging this giraffe right now. What can you see on my shelf? Let's cyberstalk myself. There's my 295 plaque. There's the best archdemon in the world. Right there. deErBOY. I want a Magic the Gathering card of her. She'd be so interesting. Oh, like a spore counter deErBOY? Come on. Hire me, Wizards. I need to make things happen. Those are my festivals in the box that we haven't drafted yet. And then there's the infinite Dragon Shield sleeves I have. I have literally behind these boxes, I think there's like at least 16 to 20 boxes of Dragon Shield sleeves that they just send me every month for free. I have way too many. I like the poster. What poster? Am I crazy? Or do you mean the painting? Am I late to the party? Have you seen the Northernlion Gideon clip? You are late to the party. I've seen that clip. I posted that frame one in my Discord. I love it when Northernlion pretends to not know what Magic the Gathering is and then drops like some elite ball knowledge that only an insider would know. Fuck, I'm not tapped in. Well, to be fair, I've been watching Northernlion since I was like 12, dude. I've been watching Northernlion for like 11, 12 years. Half my life I've been watching Northernlion. Can you believe it? Doug, by the way, thank you for the tier 1. Fard at... Dude, I can't read this. Thank you for the tier 1 as well and starting a scam train. I didn't have Binding of Isaac autism. I actually started watching NL with FTL, and then that's how I got into Binding of Isaac, was he started playing Binding. I think he might have already been playing Binding of Isaac by that point, but... Sorry, it's... I'm sorry, is Catalan. Catalan. I'm a moron and don't know where that language is spoken. All I remember is that, like, people hate it. Catalonia. Okay, that makes sense. You need to understand, guys, I'm a stupid American. I don't know anything. Do you ever try playing Root, the board game? All I've ever heard of Root is that it's like a rage bait factory, so I don't want to play it. It's probably a great asymmetrical board game design. It's just like, it's just so queer baity. And from what I heard, it just like leads to constant like bullying of each other, which is honestly kind of fun, but I prefer to do that in my domain where I know where everything's happening. Magic the Gathering, which is why I always play perverted decks that are evil. Queerbait. It has little animal people in it. If you put little animal people on anything, regardless of how good it is, people will click on it. I know. I do that. I do that for a living. You put a little cartoon animal on something, doesn't matter how good it is, people will watch. People will gobble that shit up. I am playtesting a new little baby, and since talking about pervert decks, is this Popper? Yeah. Ew! We're going to get you. So this is Familiars. And the joke is you have 2 Sunscape Familiars. So Ghostly Flicker costs 1 blue. And then you flicker an island and Archaeomancer. And that's Infinite Life with Godpharaoh's Faithful. That's Infinite Mill with Sage's Road Denizen. You have Prismatic Strands to stall the game out until you get there. You have Godpharaoh's Faithfuls to stall the game until you get there. Mole Drifters to dig. Modern Age to dig. Discard Strands. This is a 4 foil deck. Holy shit, that's awesome. Snap with Bounce Lands for mana acceleration. Oh, this deck is so cool. I played it on Magic Online for 1 game, and then I quickly realized that this is not a Magic Online deck. Doing the Ghostly Flicker loop is so many clicks, and every time you do it, you gain 1 life. Versus in paper, you go like, I do this 2 billion times. I played against this deck. It plays fine. This is a very cool deck. This is why Peregrine Drake got banned. It's also why Cloud of Fairies got banned. J-Crobe, thank you for the Prime. For keeping the scam train alive. But yeah, very funny deck. Stonehorn Dignitary, my beloved. There's lists that cut this thing. I can't do it. It's so funny. Dude, flickering this every turn with our Archaeomancer and then just countering anytime they try to interact with you is so fucking funny. I can't get enough of it. It's really cool, and also you are evil. Gruul Panza, my beloved. My friend Christian plays Gruul Panza. That's what made me mention whiffing on Malevolent Rumble on the podcast, is he whiffed his Malevolent Rumble in Gruul Panza. That, like, the odds are astronomical. I think it's like 1% or less. He whiffed Malevolent Rumble, and I fucking beat his ass and killed him. It was so funny. It wasn't with this deck, though. It was with Blue-Red Scred. I forget Hydroblast is a cannon. Hydroblast and Blue Elemental Blast are both common. Pyroblast and Red Elemental Blast are both common. You can run 8 blasts. You can run 16 if you're in both colors. This format's awesome. Elk, have you seen the green-white storm list? No, I haven't. By the way, Stone Corbell, thank you for the tier 1. I love Pauper. I need to play more. The only thing I don't really like about Pauper is it does feel like matchups are more polarizing than they are in Modern. In Modern, if you have an 80-20 matchup or whatever, it's because you chose for that to be an 80-20 matchup because you didn't respect that deck in your sideboard. There's so many great answers in Modern to decks and what decks are doing, and those just don't exist in Pauper beyond like Hydro and Pyroblast. You know what I mean? 16 Blast. Yo, is YouTube chat enabled? Yes, it is. I can read you. You just don't appear on screen because that's against the TOS, but here is the Green White Storm list. Let's look at this. That's awesome. Astral Steel is cool as fuck. Okay, so what are we doing here? We have Manamorphose. Do we have a familiar? No, we don't. We have Selesnia's Sanctuary. Comes green until end of turn. Investigate. Tap that creature. Draw a card. Tap target creature. So we're just running a bunch of cantrips. Okay, that makes sense. +1/+0. Okay, so it's just a bunch of cantrips. Fine, yeah. So that we don't really have a mana engine. We just have Manamorphose, I guess, as like a free Storm enabler. So you just like fairly cast all this, and then your Eager First Year and Quandrix Pledge Maze grow, and then you immediately Astral Steel it. That's really fun. I think when it comes to combo Pauper decks, sorry for all the Pauper chat, by the way, chat. I'm just, so you know, just warming up here. When it comes to this, I think I do prefer Tribe. Who here knows Tireless Tribe combo? This deck is so good. Legitimately. So you have Tireless Tribe. Discard a card from your hand, gets +0/+4 until end of turn. And the joke is you discard your hand, and then you cast Inside Out, which inverts its power and toughness, so it becomes 1,000,000,001, because every card you discard is 4 damage. And then you sometimes fling it. And the joke is that this is a multicolored spell. And then you have Pursue the Past, Thrilling Discovery, which are both multicolor spells. And then you have all the Eidolons. So you discard Eidolons, and then you get them all back with your multicolored spells, because they all return to your hand when you cast a multicolored spell. And then you have Snacker Angles. And then you have Spirit Mascot lines, too, where you go Spirit Mascot, and then you discard a bunch of Eidolons, and then you bring them all back, and then you have like a 15/15 that just kills them. So, like, this is a very real deck. It's very interesting. Like, this used to be just like a meme, I feel like, and now this is kind of real. And you can turn 2 kill with it, too. You can just discard your entire hand and then Inside Out combo with the Tireless Tribe. All-timer Pauper deck. Oh, Serpentine Curve. I love Serpentine Curve. Although I do think 3 colors is very, very, very irresponsible. You need to have a very good reason to be 3 colors, in my opinion. I don't think being a control deck is a reason to be 3 colors. Streamer, you forgot to include Swamp for your black card. This idiot has never played Pauper before. That's okay. I don't know if you know this, but you don't have to cast Sneaky Snacker. That thing just enters play for free. Oh, can I steal that familiar list? So yeah, sure. I have a bunch of, it's not the final list, to be clear. It's just kind of, oops, that's just me clicking on a thing that said blue-white. Here we go. Where's Pauper? I'm so blind, guys. Modern Spirits, Familiars. There we go. So, yeah, no, so there's a bunch of things in the considering. These are all real considerations. Like, I have no idea what I'm doing yet, but this is going to be list 1.0, and then I'll work from here. Sneaky Stacker's a black card in the same way Bridge from Below is one. Yeah. Sneaky Snacker's my favorite red card. What a design, man. All right, let's get to reviewing decks, eh? Actually, let's do the Spellify first, then we can get into reviewing decks. In Garrick's wake. Oop. My fault. I'm so happy Garrick's back, man. He's so hot. Scourge of Neltoth? No, there's not a hyphen. I just saw two color. Oh, it's not a creature. I'm an idiot. And so this is an enchantment. Attacking tokens you control have... Oh, no. Creature tokens you control have haste. It's the stupid fucking card from the Commander Precon that, like, lets you make token copies of things and, like... Oh, no, it doesn't make token copies of things. It gives all of your tokens haste, and then you can pay 1 in a red. If you do, create a... or rather, all attacking tokens you control or all attacking creatures get +1/+0 until end of turn. I forgot what this card's called. The populate one? No. Whenever you... Right, attack, C-R-E-A-T. Creature tokens you control have haste. Whenever you... Here, watch. I'm going to press red. This is... Oh, the card that makes a red clone. Exactly. It's not a red clone. Yeah, Roar of Resistance. Thank you. I can't spell. How do you spell resistance? Okay, thank God. Yeah, so I'm going to count that as a win because I knew what the card did. I knew what the card was. I don't remember card names anymore. I remember lines of rules text, and then I go like, the card that does this. I don't know if I use actual card names anymore. Holy shit, that card sucks. Roar is okay. I've seen it in some decks where I like it. To be clear, casual decks. Like, this is not a good card, you are right, but it has homes. It's cool that this is symmetrical. So you can do this on opponent's turns. It's kind of like Duel's Heritage. That's kind of fun. Very cool that this doesn't mention battles. That's very bad. If you do creatures attacking your opponents and or planeswalkers they control. Ooh, we forgot battles, huh? If you do creatures attacking your opponents and or permanents they control get +2/+0 until end of turn. It would be very easy to do that. Battles weren't invented yet. It was the set right before battles. Wasn't it? Yeah, if Atraxa can mention battles, we can put permanents on that card. Just saying. Elk, is there a deck you would actually run Stitcher Supplier in? Of course, Stitcher Supplier is awesome. I think I run it in Farrakha. I think I literally run it in Farrakha. Yeah, Stitcher Supplier's right here, dude. Unless you mean in modern, like, 60-card formats, in which case, Crypto Academe decks love Stitcher Supplier. Stitcher Supplier is great. I love double Ancestral Recall. The joke is, though, is you can't... It's not for Reanimator decks. People think Mill's very good for Reanimator, when Entombs and Discard Outlets are probably just better, in my opinion. I much prefer Mill to go in these sort of graveyard grindy value decks. Like, I am not reanimating in this deck. This is using the graveyard as a second hand. Right? Every time I mill a creature, I have 2 mana, make a Death Toucher. That's what this deck is. So I want to mill as many cards as possible. I'm not, like, reanimating or anything like that. I recommend watching my graveyard video. I have a EDH Gamer's Guide to the Graveyard. That video has a lot of my opinions about graveyard decks and stuff in it. Okay. Okay, we can now for real review decks. Starting with... Oh, whom? How about Jaguar? Do we have Jaguar here? Legacy Hogak does too. Forgot about it. I've never seen Hogak in Legacy. I'm so sorry. I don't think that's real. I'm on YouTube. All right, hi Jaguar. Let's get to reviewing your deck. Final Fantasy themed. 64 out of 100 cards are from Final Fantasy. Bracket 3 Enchantress deck. I love the summons from a Final Fantasy set and found out you can go infinite, make infinite terrors with Spark Double, Yenna, or Apprentice's Folly. Built with no game changers and slow mana due to the infinite combo to help with Rule Zero Taka tables. Tabletop simulator games have gone well, and I feel like I may have dead cards. Displacerkin was a way to reset Sagas, but never worked out as planned. Prefer ads that are Final Fantasy. Budget doesn't matter. I have a Final Fantasy heuristic study. Just worried about breaking into bracket 4. I plan on to add bracket 4 package later on down the line. Show off all the pretty foil cards in playtests and stuff. That's why I'm mainly sending this deck. Okay. I love Terra combo, but Terra alone copying any summon going wide with Chroma's Will and Champions from Beyond seems to work. Okay. I think I'm down to start looking here. I kind of just want to feel what the dead cards are. I'm a little scared about 36 lands, but maybe you just like have so much advantage that it doesn't really matter. This opening hand seems to make it look like it doesn't really matter. Oh, okay. I can read chat now. Hello, Elk. Love your content. Recently found you by YouTube algorithm. Been playing Magic for 15 plus years. But last two started doing Commander Highbrow or Bracket 3 decks usually. I watch your older videos a bit and wanted to ask you, have you ever reviewed Kibo Uktabi Prince? I think so. Maybe. I would be shocked if I haven't. Keep in mind though, I have reviewed like over 1,000 decks starting with this stream. So I don't really remember every deck I've looked at. I think there might have been one or two. Whoa. Is this real? Nope. Okay, it is not real. We have 2 in the stream deck folder, and one of those is an Uktabi deck about a year ago. All right, like I said, let's just play test this out and kind of feel where the dead draws are. Already, I'm not a big fan of Phoenix Down. Phoenix Down is great in like Sun Titan decks and stuff like that, but this is a little middling. It's really funny if your friend plays a zombie deck. But it's like, I don't really like these Unearth style effects anymore. When I first started playing, I was like, I want an Unearth in every deck. And now I'm like, they're okay. Can we see all the review decks somewhere? Sadly not, because if I leave all of them unlisted, people think they're my decks and then comment like, when are we going to see a primer in this? Oh my god, are we going to get a video on this? It's like, it's not my deck. Makes it a little bit awkward. And then here's, speaking of awkward, we are missing our land drop, so we're paying 3 for a mana rock instead of a land drop, which is always a big bummer. And then we miss our land drop again. So sample size is low, but the math checks out, right? So I think we're out with Swiftfoot Boots. I know it kind of lets you activate Terra in the same turn, but I don't know how to feel about it. Like, we're a creature-heavy deck. Swiftfoot Boots are always high floor, but I think we can probably just fit a land in there, and then that makes the deck higher floor because we can actually cast our spells. I was shitting on Phoenix Down. I mean it. Maybe no ramp. I fail to see why we need Farseek and Nature's Lore when our commander's 3 mana, and we don't actually have that many 4-drops. We have 1, 2, 3, and we don't want it. This isn't a real 4-drop. Like, playing it is, and developing it's fine, but it doesn't really, it's not something we need to accelerate out. Like, I'd rather the acceleration be in places that matter, right? And I'd rather them be enchantments too. Like Fertile Ground here. We could run a Wild Growth too. It's like, And then Terra could go get them. I'm not really feeling Chromatic Lantern. But also, Felwar Stone is more kind of egregious. At least this fixes. Probably just keep Soul Ring Arcane Signet for the high roll potential. I really like... If I keep Soul Ring in a deck, I'm also keeping Arcane Signet in the deck, typically. Just because it is funny to have the possibility of going Soul Ring Arcane Signet turn 1. I don't know if I like stroking it at midnight. I think there's a lot of enchantment-based removal that could probably fit in that slot instead. And you could also just run a land removal, like Kabira Takedown. And then now our lands are one bigger, right? Ta-da. One less mana, slightly less efficient removal, but it's a land. We can run Stomp. Chromatic Lantern, but not Dryad. Chromatic Lantern isn't card negative like Dryad, because you need to think about Dryad entering. You play a land, that was 3 cards that you need to get that ramp. Chromatic Lantern is 1 card. You get the ramp without having to spend another card, right? The ramp always works on Chromatic Lantern. So I don't think one is necessarily a strict upgrade over the other. Although Dryad is an enchantment, which makes it better for this deck, which is a little awkward. I don't think the deck has enough lands for Dryad. Yeah, that's like the main thing too. But I do like that he's an enchantment. But I still think Chromatic Lantern could still be better. Hello, Silas. Okay. Just run like Lorien Revealed. Or maybe do a Glasswing Grace. Speaking about enchantments that Terra could grab. And then Strength of the Harvest. Behold, another finisher for your beautiful enchantment deck. Gets +1/+1 for each creature and enchantment you control. Half of your things are enchantment creatures, so this is kind of like Ancestral Mask, right? Enchanted creature gets +2/+2 for each creature you control, because they're all also enchantments, basically. Utopia Sprawl was an option at one point. Utopia Sprawl only enchants forests, so we would have to really change up the mana base to make that work. Strength only counts enchantment creatures once? No way! That's so sad. Is that real? But I control those enchantments, and they're also happen to be creatures. Is that true? This is so sad if it's real. I'm checking the ruling right now. All the rulings are about modal double face cards. Oh, dude, MH3 was 2024? I'm gonna die of old age. No! Why'd you put and/or on this card, Watsy? Just put or. It's still good, by the way. It's still very good card. Still run it. But, wow, that is really sad. Anyway. Yeah, no, so what I like about Glasswing Grace and Strength of the Harvest is if you have 3 mana, you play Terra, and you're missing your 4th land drop, Terra mills 5 and then goes like, yo, look at your land drop. It's right here, dude. Don't worry. I got your back. Maybe Wild Growth. Whoa, Wild Growth. There we go. Oh, let's get you a nice boomer printing. Oh my god. Let's do Ice Age. Oh, look at that. Beautiful. We could have modal quadruple face cards. Dude, with like the Kamigawa flip lands. Dude. That needs to be Modern Horizons 4. Give me a 4-sided card, Watsy. I need it now. I think instead of Damn, I prefer Winds. And the reason is I think Winds is less mana intensive. Because, like, think about it. Damn is black. That's tough. This is 1 white. That's easier to cast. It's also part of why maybe I don't like Counterspell. Plus, we got a Dovin's Veto. Yeah. There you go. Shadowbringers. It's a Final Fantasy thing. And it's easier to cast. But Damn has a Final Fantasy printing? Yeah, okay, that's fine. Check this out. O-Tag Wrath. Is Wrath? Is and O-Tag always fuck me up. I think they should be interchangeable. Okay, it's not Wrath, it's Wipe. There we go. Okay, Damning Verdict's incredibly better. All of our Saga creatures have counters on them, my man. Oh, Ultima. This reminded me of something. I do monthly Dragon Shield shorts called Deck Dive, where I go like, yo, hey, here's a popular commander or like an upcoming commander. Here's how people are building them. This card doesn't work in this deck. Here's what to run instead. Some niche tech, right? And I had one episode on wheels because I realized that Nekusar Days Undoing is a really popular combo in EDH rec, but it doesn't work because Days Undoing ends the turn if it's your turn. So you don't get any triggers. And people kept commenting, yo, just run a Flash Enabler and cast on your opponent's turn to end their turn. That's why you run Days Undoing. But Days Undoing says, end the turn if it's your turn. These people don't read. These people do not read. The next one will probably be about Sahir, by the way. Little spoiler. Well, the next one's actually about Volo Guide to Monsters, but then the one after that's about Sahir. Let's do Malevolent Rumble. Right, helps with our graveyard synergy, card selection, a little bit of acceleration if you do have a 4-drop, and it does that acceleration better, in my opinion, than a Rampant Growth would, right? Because it gives you the value. And then you get that one-off use of mana to drop a 4-drop in play, and then next turn, you know, you can do more bullshit. Why would I read when I can just assume what the card does and look at like an idiot? Okay, I do have a really bad habit where I read like 20% of a card and then my brain just autocomplete finishes it. Right on time, Wild Growth, by the way. Let's go Wild Growth here. Let's just hold up Swords mana. And then you do green, blue, red. Commander. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So call me crazy. Let's put the good card in our hand. Ooh! Ooh, hang on. We got a pile. Let's put this card in our hand because that makes this 2 mana. Seems pretty great. In fact, I almost want to put Necromancy in your deck now. Now that I've done that, I kind of want to put Necromancy in your deck. So go 1, 2, animate dead. The fucking Knights of the Round. Make 3 Knights on turn 4. I'm not the biggest fan of this hand, but the mana base looks good, and that reanimation's nice. This hand is incredible. I don't know what you're on. And then here you go, like, counter your spell. Next turn, Battlefield Forge. And then this is where you get 3 more Knights. And then, 1, 2, 3. Enduring Vitality, we now have infinite mana. Seeing this makes me not want to be a combo deck anymore. But to be fair, I am a creature pervert, so I do just like creature beatdown decks. I see. I was like, what is Loki's double, man? When do face can stream? When I wake up and decide to do my hair and everything before I stream, which is not often anymore. It's especially not happening when I'm hungover. But yeah, not out of the question in the future. I am really hot, so... I do think Yenna might be a little too slow. And let's run that Necromancy. You could make an argument for Corpse Dance. I do think that card is just a little too clunky, though. That card's a little too clunky. I'm putting Necromancy in the deck, by the way. But I do like Necromancy. I remember when this reprint was like $4. I should have bought more of them when I could. I'd put Dance Over Dead over Corpse Dance. Buyback is overrated. Guys, I think we're discounting the fact the worst thing about Corpse Dance is Graveyard Order. Easily the worst thing about that card is Graveyard Order. The #1 reason I don't want to run it. Actually, maybe you go turn 2 Bloom Tender, turn 3 Fey Burrow, and then you go Dink Dink on this turn. Ew. You're making too much mana. Stop. 2, 3, 4, 5. Summon Brynhildr. Whatever this does. It's a saga creature. I'm putting it in my hand. I think we just summon an anima here. We can't. Okay, we summon Brynhildr. We can do this next turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. By the way, that's our exile for summon Brynhildr, is Shadowbringers, which is actually really bad. Putting a counterspell under this effect is really not good. Anyway, our thing has haste. 6. Summon Anima, draw a card and lose a life. It says haste, swing. We could also give haste to Sanctum Weaver if we had a big play, but we don't. We also draw a card off Argothian Enchantress. Like, this is working. So this does black, green, red, white. So that's 4, 5, 6. Activate Terra. Create a token that's a copy of target summon Anima. Draw a card, lose a life. And then we put in, I guess you just put all 3, right? Boop. And then you would draw another card. Because I think all the Saga chapters trigger, right? Anyway, next turn, draw a card here, and then you win, right? If I'm going to be real, I do think this is a little too fast. If we're cool with saying that. It's just personal opinion, and maybe you disagree with me, maybe you agree with me. But also, we don't have that many non-creatures. I think maybe Flux Channel is a little weird. So, except it isn't legendary. O-tag clone. And then we can just add like Auton Soldier or something more expensive, right? That does the same effect. Because I do think 4 is just too fast. Way too fast. For what we're trying to be. Is there like a different one that's like 4 mana or like 6 mana? Or is it just Auton? Because Auton is kind of expensive for what it does. Sean, Father of Synths, but it's 5. Ugh. Honestly, are you like not game for going off the combo? Because I think this deck is already just insane at 3. And then if you wanted to make it bracket 4, you could just put the clone in. Yeah, it's not an irrational pet peeve. I also really don't like cloning all that much like that. Okay, so here are 2 options that I think are better than the Flux Channel you're running. 1, Evolution Sage. 2, is it Evangel? What is it called? Metastatic Evangel. Whenever another non-token creature you control enters, proliferate. So we're very creature heavy. So Metastatic Evangel is good there. And we're going to make our land drops. So Evolution Sage is good there. If you don't like cloning, you're not going to like my deck then. I like cloning. It's non-legendary clones is what's weird, though, to me. I don't like that design space. I think it's a little much. Yeah, the insane amount of legendaries is the real problem, but like the fact that we're like enabling ourselves by making all clones also non-legendary is just a little, I don't know. I think it's been getting easier and easier to do stuff, which is kind of sad because I think finding like stupid things that work is like part of the fun. If combo's too strong for bracket 3, I don't mind removing it. Use that for bracket 4. That's exactly what I'm saying. I think the combo is a little bit too fast. But that's just personal opinion, you know. What else to run? Terra turns into slop so easy. Terra is insane value. Terra's just incredible. Oh, let's do, you know what might be fun is actually like Hex Parasite. X for Xia mana. Remove up to X target counters from target permanent. For each counter removed this way, Hex Parasite gets +1/+0 until end of turn. So you can use this to manipulate your sagas, right? And then maybe you run Urza Saga and it can go fetch the Hex Parasite. Ooh, cute. Probably not, but... We don't have Oaka yet. Oaka only removes 1 counter at a time. Oaka. Yeah, like it only removes 1 counter. This is a different thing. This is a value engine. It can help keep 1 Saga creature around. This can be used multiple times a turn and take as many counters as you want off, which is a different use case, just factually. And I don't think you even need to even overload on this effect. Wow, we were also running Dreamtide Whale. Okay, there's Metastatic. We can't cast it, though. I wonder if you're supposed to do this last turn. And then use this to cantrip. Because we don't have anything we necessarily even want to proliferate. Getting another look at a land drop is more important. And we still missed it, but... And we don't even have red. That was probably just a bad keep, in all honesty. Here we are getting fucked by a filter land. I think we can make the mana base better now that we don't have a combo. Filters are fine, but only if they're like primary colors of mana, and I don't really consider blue one of those. I think we're primarily Naya. We're more Naya than we are Bant. Definitely don't like the Signet lands in here. They look like fixing, but they end up fucking you very frequently in high color decks, I feel. The Signets. I don't even know if I like the tri-lands. Okay. We remove all of the bad lands. ID equals 2. Are you okay with fetch lands? Like, what kind of budget? Give me a budget for this mana base. So have at it. Yeah, but I'm just wondering what budget you're fine with. Or if we can just fire off whatever feels appropriate, then I'm going to put Surveils and Fetches in. Because this is a graveyard deck, so having those Surveils is pretty nice. If we're talking more middling, we could probably go for fast lands. No budget. All right, great. So let's add the Naya. I wonder if you go off, though. Like, you go 1 Meticulous Archive that gets white, which is one of your main colors. And then you do red-black. And then you do, like, blue-green. Just, like, have off-color kind of out. Because your deck's primarily Naya. And then you just have, like, some lands that, like, are off. I think 4 Surveil lands, honestly. This deck is pretty graveyard-focused. And then the rest of the lands that we put in can just be Naya. Temple. Stomping. How would you build this without fetches and surveils, or would it be too messy? So you could just do fast lands, because this is a tempo deck, right? Like, you just go fast lands. We have fast lands, pain lands, shock lands, and then you probably run fetches, but you could just stay off of them if you don't want that. But also the fetches work with our landfall evolution sage now, which is kind of cool. Misty, Arid Mesa, Wooded Foothills, and then maybe one more like Windswept Teeth. OG duel / fetch. I do just feel like proxying OG duels is like kind of like, I don't know how to say it. I just don't like OG duels. I think they're a symptom of an older mana base that I don't like to see outside of the highest powered environments. It's not a moral. I'm fine if someone proxies a dual land. I just have some weird thing about it for me where I don't want to proxy a dual because I find them to be a symptom of a worse mana system. Like they're like the result of like a worse mana system. They were born in a time where they weren't really thinking about lands, and I think that's a little stupid. To me, it's like putting a mana vault in my deck. It's like they didn't know what they were doing. They're a little bit boring designs. I don't know. Like fetch lands aren't too much better, and so like shock lands aren't too much better. In fact, fetch lands are stronger than duels. But I don't know. There's just something about dual lands that's like too boomer for me. Oh, you know what I hate? I don't care if you proxy a card, but if you proxy a card with custom art or like, here's my like wooded foot hit, or here's my like dual land, but it looks like a Zendikar fetch. It has that border. Who do you think you are? Anime waifu art. Yeah, here's my lightning greaves in like it's anime lady, no shoes on. There's no greaves in sight. Her feet are just like in the fucking frame of the art. That's the entire thing. Who do you think you are? Also, this one also got me. I was going through like, because I was ordering a vintage cube. I was proxying up a vintage cube. I'm not going to pay a down payment for a cube. I'm so sorry. I want a vintage cube in paper because it's one of my favorite ways to play the game. Also, not giving you $45,000 mana pool. Sorry. I'm not doing all that. Can't afford that. But I was going through the thing I was using to proxy, and they have like a bunch of like already like listed arts and pictures, right? For like, first things first, the first one of all of these is not like the normal printing of the card, like the first printing of it ever, which is annoying, but whatever. I'll go through the image gallery and pick all the arts I want, but they're all like user uploaded. So you have to like sift through a bunch of shit. And there was one of the user uploaded proxies. I'm so sorry. We're not talking about your deck, by the way. There was one of the user uploaded arts that was of Mother of Runes in a future sight border. I think changing the border is a little weird, personally, but they put like an AI smoothing filter over it, which is just like, why would you do this to one of the most iconic arts in the game? Who are you? Who are you? To cover Scott Fisher's art like that. Classless. Classless. Disgusting. Because this art is awesome. This is like the restoration of Jesus. That's a terrifying AI smoother. I know, I said it looked like she was wearing someone else's skin. It's like the most disgusting thing I've ever seen. Dude, can I show you a questing beast that was on NPC Field? This was so funny. Ah! If someone played this against me, I would laugh my ass off, though, unlike the last one. The last one, I'm like, you're gross. This one, I'm like, this is a whimsical millennial. This guy, like, uses ChatGPT to, like, look at himself as a pirate. He's like a 40-year-old, right? Whoever uploaded this. This is so funny. This is so funny. False millennials lost all their whimsy in COVID. No, this is whimsical. This is beautiful. This makes me laugh my ass off. God, I just love being mean. I'm so sorry. Can't pass up a snide remark. You know what I mean? Is it bad to say that I think this deck's like close to done? Like maybe we know Bath Song. It is a discard outlet, but there has to be a better enchantment discard outlet, right? Ripples is a mill engine. I don't know if we are graveyard focused, right? That's why I put in the surveils and stuff. But I think
Malevolent Rumble Terra Surveils get us most of the way there. I don't really feel like the need for another mill engine. I want a discard outlet, because if I get Summon Bahamut or Summon Knights of the Round in my opening hand, I want a way to put it in the graveyard if I have a Necromancy Animate Dead hand. I'm thinking Sinister Concoction, my Sinister Potion. Yo, can I sell you my Sinister Potion? So, joke is, pay 1 black, pay a life, discard a card, mill a card, and then, that's a lot of words. I love it. This is such a fun design. But, joke is, big thing, discard a card is part of the cost, so you can pitch a giant creature to reanimate it later. Just play Bitter Triumph like a normal person. This is an enchantment. It triggers our enchantresses. It can get got by Terra. Nice try. You're not going to scam me out of synergy that easily.
Sinister Concoction, but that's Library Order Matters, which is annoying. That's such a funny comment. I'm giving you mod. If you're in this stream, you're not normal. Exactly. And you're also gay. That too. Attunement's so funny. Let's read this. La la la. Oh, this fucker. Ugh. I hate that you're right. The pre-modern all-star. Consider it. Consider it for sure. I don't think it's that good, but consider it. Also, I think it can lead to repetitive gameplay, which is maybe not what you want, so be wary, but also, it's cool. I also don't think it's worth $12. Thank you for getting a deck review. For some reason that didn't post in YouTube chat. Here, I will remedy that now. Boop, boop, boop. There you go. I hear this Bazaar of Baghdad card is great in graveyard decks. I mean, you're right, but it's mainly better in discard decks like Hollow One. It's better for the discarding than the graveyarding. It does both, though. Bob Logic. I was like, what the fuck is Bobo Gick? Bobo Gick. Bobo Gick. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Well, the name's Bob Logic. Obviously, it's Bob Logic. But my first instinct was to read it as like Bobo Gick. That was where my brain immediately went. That's where I thought the spaces were. I'd recommend capitalizing the L in your name, Bob Logic. That would help a lot. Okay, this person's not going to be here, so we'll push them to the back of the queue. Logan. Yo, Shadowheart's getting Gwyn. Shadowheart squirrels. I'll watch later. I already duplicated the deck. We're gonna do it now. I got Shadowheart Secret Lair a while back and been meaning to build something strong but fun. I don't play Golgari. Nice to meet you. I'm Golgari. I don't play Golgari Aristocrats often, but I am more familiar with tokens. I had some friends take a look and they think the list is solid, but I feel like it's missing something. I'd like your opinion before committing to building it in paper. I want to build a squirreled army using Cloakwood Hermit and pump them. Oh, a little gross, dude. And occasionally reanimate some big monsters. No cards over like $40 beyond what's already in the list. I just need an extra opinion on the list and maybe make some suggestions for cuts and adds to make it more solid. Is there someone named Gary who has the handle Golgari yet? Because that is overpowered if no one has done that yet. Shoutouts to the Garys of the world, I guess. Anyway, I'm excited to look at this deck because I do believe Golgari is kind of it's one of the main things I think I'm known for, right? I think there was a time where we did like 12 back to back, like 3 streams in a row, where we did like Golgari decks. Like literally people just kept sending in Golgari decks. Fucking Golgari season. Is Yuri Beast or Bango Scumpus here that remembers that? Can you back up my memory here? I know Yuri Beast is here. They're here every stream. Nope. But I believe you. Okay. I associate you with white flicker decks mainly. Yes, so I'm known for white flicker. I'm also known for Golgari, I feel like. I feel like there's a two-pronged identity I have. Where it's like, okay, people might know me from Farrakha, or people might know me as the Felia guy. Some people might know me as Grixis Slop, too. Like, Carmella got really popular. LX Xander, how fares the deck building? Good, I think. Although we have not started deck building this one at all. I've literally just been switching the printings and talking to chat. Just say you're Abzan. I don't know if that's right, though. I forgot what I set my color identity to on this. I'm mono white, baby. I love white. White is my favorite color, period. Stimming with the printings is so real. I mean, it's a lot more like, I want my cards to look normal so I can, like, snap identify them, but... Anyway. So, I have a few questions. I don't know if I like Chronicle in green. It's cool if we're doing like a Delirium thing, but I don't know if that's really part of the angle of this deck. It can be. It definitely could be. Dreadhorde Invasion. So, I need to point out something kind of sad. And this is really going to prompt the next 5 minutes of words that are going to come out of my mouth. Sivirus Nightmare Speaker is infinitely better than Shadowheart in this deck as a commander. I'm not going to put it in as the commander, though, because you opened a Shadowheart Secret Lair and you want to use her pretty art. The thing is that Shadowheart wants you to have a big boy that you eat, and then you draw a billion cards. Cloakwood Hermit wants you to go wide, and Sivirus wants you to go wide, right? This is not a mana investment, but you get more. This is a mana investment, and you get more. Like, you get more from a big creature. This one gets more from small creature. Rodingo, by the way, thank you for getting a deck review. We should have 2 slots left for this next Tuesday then, unless you got a Sunday slot, in which case we have 3 left for Tuesday. So Sivirus is infinitely better because it fuels the graveyard better. It's better with tokens because it's free to activate, and it gives you more value out of a 1/1 than Shadowheart gives you out of a 1/1. That being said, I think we can just kind of tweak things to make this work better as a big creature deck instead of super go-wide tokens. I still think the creature tokens can be a part of this. I just think we need to make the big boy angle a little bit better so that way Shadowheart doesn't feel just like a worse Sivirus. Does that make sense? Yeah, about to say Calaxian is a great inclusion. And then also creature cards that scale to the number of creatures you control. Because then we can bring the token theme back in by running big boys that are like really good because you have a wide board. Right, power equaled creatures. Hogaculon would be really good here. Yes, absolutely. This is a token spell That is also a big boy. I wonder if there's one of these with Convoke. Oh, you know what? There is. There's the dinosaur from March of the Machines. God, I'm a genius. Guys, I'm on a roll. This stupid fucker. Ancient Imperiosaur. Convoke, Trample, Ward 2. This creature enters with 2 counters on it for each creature that convoked it. So now we have Go Wide, and now we have Big Monster. So now there's a reason for the Go Wide to exist with Shadowheart. And the answer is because we're going to cheat these big fucking idiots and then sack them to Shadowheart to draw a billion cards. Bingo Brongo. Hoarding Broodlord could be cool. I don't want this to become a horrible Hoarding Broodlord pile. I want to build this in I want to challenge myself a little, but I will mention, just, hey, put this in considering. Hoarding Broodlord Saw in Half is a little bit of a combo that lets you tutor 2 cards and make them have Convoke. That is very strong. Ooh, hiccup. So keep this on your radar. I'm not going to put it in during this. I also do want Dread Return in. This was one of the first cards I thought about when it came to Graveyard Matters token deck, right? Because if you mill this over, rather, it's really good. Okay. So I don't know if I like Parallel Lives. It feels a little win more. Black Market can grow kind of fast and get kind of cute. I think I just want to try it out without it. Because Black Market is so slow. And I need to understand my biases here. And I want my audience to understand my biases here. I'm a huge limited player. So for me, I can see the ceiling of Black Market and still go like I can see someone generating like 50 mana a turn and doing this insane shit. And that's what EDH is kind of for. But like, I look at this and I can only ever see the floor. You know what I mean? Where this is a 5-mana enchantment that does fucking nothing. Or like it makes 2 mana a turn. You know what I mean? That's all I see. So it's probably a fine card. It's my preferences at the end of the day with these decks. Oh, it's in the secret lair. I'm an idiot. We have to run it then. That is my mistake. Thank you for saving me there, chat. I forgot about the secret lair. Maybe I shouldn't have changed the art so readily while talking to chat. If I ever do that again, let me know. What about Impervious Great Worm? I kind of want it to scale to our board. I mean, Hogak. But that Hogak comes back from the graveyard. If there's another thing like Ancient Imperiosaur where it is big because of your board and also gets cheated by your board, then I'm down. I don't think I like Endray's Forerunners. I think I like the other squirrel stuff, of course, because we're just doing funny squirrel things. Okay, this printing is a little ugly, guys. We can change this one. This one could be silly. I still kind of feels here. It doesn't really feel like it's doing anything, right? By the way, I don't know if I like Cabal Coffers as the mana cheat here. I understand why you might want to like be tempted by Cabal Coffers. We're like a newer commander player, right? And that makes you like really attracted to these like really boomer plays. And Cabal Coffers Urborg is very strong, but we do have better mana accelerants in green black. I feel like chief among them is Enduring Vitality. Let's make our creatures into mana dorks, eh? Like, this is all the mana acceleration you'll need. Okay, it's Beseech and Ancient Bronze. Why is it Ancient Bronze? Was that the bonus card? What does this have to do with Shadowheart? It was probably the bonus card, right? And Victimize. Well, great news about all the rest of these cards is I kind of like them. The only one that feels weird is Beseech. Not Special Guests. Although this Special Guest printing is so beautiful of this Victimize. Oh my god. What a gorgeous art. It was Inner Secret Lair. I know it was an Inner Secret Lair. I was just like, what does she have to do with Ancient Bronze Rockets? Oh, she's in the art. I'm blind. They did make her really fucking tiny. But she's right here. See, it does... Shadowheart is in this card. What was the special guest victimized from? I think it was Duskmorn. Or it was Outlaws. I don't remember which one. Question because of a recent game. Is repeatable increment land hate usually considered bracket 4 jail play pattern? If you're strip locking people with Ice Till, I think that's a little mean for 3. I think that's a little mean for 3. But everyone draws the line somewhere else than anyone else does, so. I think I would like to see a Deathrite Shaman. I'm just going to get a refresher as to the budget here. No cards like over $40 beyond what's already on the list. Okay. So I'm going to say no to Maelstrom Pulse. What is Grody Greg's Treasures, Kappa? That's what you're supposed to write in chat after you mentioned Maelstrom Pulse getting cut. I think I want Deathrite. Hoarding Broodlord seems good as always. Yeah, I already shouted out Hoarding Broodlord. I just think I want to challenge myself and not build a Hoarding Broodlord pile. Because I always do that the moment I get my hands on a fucking Golgari tokens deck. I have a problem. Lily's probably fine. Even though she's a bit expensive. I've been coming around on expensive cards that explode the game, though. Okay, I like Raging Regisaur. I love Calaxian. Gets +1/+1 for each other scroll on the battlefield. That works well with Shadowheart. Okay, great. So now I'm in the camp where I'm like, okay, we have a reason not to be on Sivirus here, which is exactly what I always want out of my decks. Whenever I know there's a better card and a better strategy, I always want like at least 1 or 2 jank reasons why I'm not doing the better strategy. And it's like this one little niche synergy that'll come up 1 in 5 games is the reason why. That's all I need for the cognitive dissonance to go away. I am thinking about crop rotation. We are noticing that it's very good with Susser Secundi, Bajuga Bog, Evandu. And I wonder if you run more utility lands because we're now on crop rotation and White of the Reliquary, right? So we have 1/2 Wombo. And I think that is really interesting to explore with a bunch of utility lands that are funny. I think first and foremost on that list is Westvale Abbey. Ta-da! Westvale Abbey allows you to turn 5 tokens into a flying, indestructible, life-linking haste demon from your mana base. And you can get that with crop rotation, and you can get that with White of the Reliquary. So even if plans A, B, and C failed, we got plan Z right here, right? Talon Gates is technically below 40. Yeah, but it's also like Talon Gates is too much money for what it does, in my opinion. And I've been shying away from adding cards like that to decks. If a card is too expensive for what it does, I'm just not interested in adding it anymore. Talon Gate should be no more than like $12. The correct answer is no magic card should be over $1, but we can't live in that world, sadly. Tom Burton William is backup for Shadowheart. I'm not really too worried about backups for Shadowheart because we just have Susur Secundi, which is the best one of the cycle. It's the easiest to activate and also the easiest to pay you off. Add Dark Depths and Vesuva. Honestly, not that bad of an idea. A Dark Depths Thespian Stage package with the Shifting Woodland deck is actually just not that bad of an idea. No magic cards over $1 if you just print them. Exactly. Vesuva doesn't work with Dark Depths. Sadly, that's why there was a cap in that chat message. Tyvar the Pummeler seems great here. Ooh, you are right. Let's get a refresher on the exact words of this card. All I know is that it pumped board. The Plumber. Tyvar the Plumber. Two M's, pal. Tyvar the Plumber, dude. I mean, I like him. This is a good ability to have, but... Anyway. Creates a squirrel, creates a squirrel, creates a squirrel. It seems a little weak. This deck is so beautiful, and then we just have a Spider-Man in it. Especially when you can just... doesn't Blex work? Oh, he's a squirrel racist. No! No, squirrels are vermin. They're rodents. What's gonna piss me off is if the new one cares about squirrels. I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. Okay, thank God they're consistent. If they put squirrels on this guy and Blex didn't care about squirrels, I was gonna lose my mind. The Peter Porker was a random ad. No, it buffs squirrels. There's a reason for that to be in. But it's just ugly, and it's not really moving the needle enough to justify its ugliness to me. Like, at least Squirrel Girl is like Squirrel Grave Titan, right? Like, this is insane. You can't not run this one. You can get by without running Peter Porker. I wonder if we should go Utopia Sprawl Arbor Elf just because we do have a lot of forests and ways to fetch forests. I think I like that concept a lot better than Fintorm and Llanowar. Right, Utopia Sprawl in and Arbor Elf in. The joke is that when you draw both of these together, it actually makes an exponential amount of mana. Right, instead of each of these producing one, they each produce two. And then they still just work in the early game, despite the slightly lower floor. Thank you, LibK, for getting a deck review. It's the best way to support the channel. Okay, so let's do like Mortuary Mire. I think that's a fun inclusion as a gameplay object that we can get off Crop Rot. You gain 2 life once, like, just to survive with 1 when they think you've died. Like, no, this sucks. That's so funny though. You're at 30, I'll swing 30 at you. Gain 2 life. That's so nothing. Valligate Recovery. Sadly, that's not fetchable with Crop Rotation. Blast Zone could be good. Blooming Marsh is always a strong land. Crypt is funny. I don't think we're a Crypt deck, though. Yeah, we're too much green. We maybe should be on Disciple. Keep in mind, I don't want to lower the forest count because we do have Arbor Elf now. My Fertile Thicket. Oh, you can run like a Thicket deck. 8 Thicket. Is that something? Okay, I'm not going to lie. I'm a little unimpressed with the options now. I think we just have enough reasons to already be on Crop Rot. I just think Mortuary Mire was the last one. You can do like Spokes.
What does this thing say? Until end of turn, black and green plant zombie with this creature's power and toughness are equal to the number of creature cards in your graveyard. It's still a land. That's probably fine. This is better than Reliquary Tower. Better than the Reliquary Tower you're running. Just go up one more forest. All right, let's play test. Yes. Okay, I already don't like the Exploration Brood ship. Like, it's definitely just fine. It just kind of feels like it's here, though. It's not really acceleration. Greaves feels a little... It's fine because you have activated ability, I guess. Because of the activated abilities, I like Greaves. I especially like with the Entomb running Dread Return, by the way, because you can Entomb it and then reanimate something that's already in your yard. I think Unnatural Growth's a little weird because our squirrels are base power toughness 1/1. I kind of want to peek at Farrakha because it feels like we have similar game plans and maybe I can remember something from here. We could do 6. We could just run Sivirus in the 99. It probably wouldn't be that bad. Honestly, I'm down with just running Sivirus in the 99. And you probably want Chthonian Nightmare, I'm going to be honest. Like, our commander is 4 mana, but if you return any mana dork with Chthonian first, this can just get anything back from your deck, which kind of feels okay. Grief. I don't know if I like Grief for this deck. The reason why I run Grief in Farrakha is because I died at Farewell. That's number 1. To be fair, you died at Farewell too, but there's added utility on top of Grief where it's not just a Farewell hater. It also, if I use it, it puts a creature card in my graveyard, which I love with Farrakha. And also, it can put a creature card in your graveyard so I can set up for political plays with Farrakha with you. So, like, I'm able to, like, grief you in the early game, and then late in the game, turn that creature in your graveyard into a snake that you can block with as some sort of, like, deal fuel or some whatever. But we don't have that with Shadowheart, right? Like, Shadowheart doesn't care if I put a creature in your graveyard or a specific card type in your graveyard. I'll try not to mention Chthonian Nightmare challenge. Chthonian Nightmare is fun. We could have cast Shadowheart on this turn, by the way. If you played Phyrexian Tower, you could go 1, 2. This is 4 mana. You could Shadowheart on turn 2, which is really funny. It's not it's a pretty fragile play, which is why I didn't do it, but just know. I guess you do cast Shadowheart here, though. And then this turn, Bogart Trawler, green, black, white. We are a little green locked right now. Anyway, pass. We basically have protection up because we can Shadowheart something that gets targeted. Okay, Chompy Changeling. This is feeling a little clunky. I think it's just because I didn't draw any green sources. Let's look at Convoke cards really quick. Chord is very interesting to me. Hmm. I think it is just kind of the random ice still that gets the axe here. Thank you, Stefan, for getting a deck review. It's the best way to support the channel and stuff and things and everything else I normally say. Cloakwood Hermit. Next turn. Shadowheart. So here you go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then you'd be 1 mana short. So we can go for that next turn. So I think here you just go Squirrel Mob. And then you like sack a fairy and draw a card. And then Cloakwood Hermit goes, yay, great job. Oh, wait, no. If a creature card was put in your graveyard from anywhere this turn, that is not putting a creature card in a graveyard. No, this sucks. Whatever. You still do that, but... So I don't know what Bitter Blossom's doing here if we have to put creature cards in our graveyard. I mean, it's like helping a little here. It's probably still okay. I just would prefer if this was a creature. What if we ran the new Warg, idiot? Chief Warg's Company. Like, now this is a big power creature that Shadowheart can eat, and it's also doing Bitter Blossom's job. And Bitter Bloom Bear is already in. I don't know if I like Cauldron of a sack a creature, return. Okay, that's insane. Never mind. I do like that. I was just thinking about this as a drain card and not as a reanimate card. I'm like, I don't know if we're really draining here. And Insidious Roost is broken, which is why I'm not touching it. That card is evil. Because right now this deck has felt pretty slow. Whoops. You. Maybe I've just been curving out wrong. But it feels like I'm unable to put creature cards in my graveyard. Maybe you go Cloakwood Hermit, and then you go... after attacking. So these are all 3/3s. And then you put a billion counters here, and then you like draw like 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then you can discard your hand. By the way, discard is broken in this deck, so I don't know why we're doing all the Reliquary Tower stuff here. Hoping no Bajuka Bog. Cauldron's fine. Also, we're discarding Ancient Bronze Dragon right now to give to the Cauldron of Essence. Like, this is even more reasons to be running discard. Not to not be running the discard stopper, rather. Okay. Next turn. Forest. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Cauldron. Sack Squirrel. Bring back Ancient Bronze Dragon. Ta-da. Like, don't put Reliquary Tower in this deck. Please think before we're putting Reliquary Tower in decks. There are reasons to run Reliquary Tower sometimes. This is not it. Would the Avatar Facer thing be good here? Ko is a hilarious card that I forgot existed. What does this thing say? It's up to one target creature. Whenever another creature dies, you may exile it. Pay 1 life, choose a card exiled with Co. Has, okay. It's interesting. I just don't know if it's like doing enough. What bracket is this trying to play in? I think it's going to be like a 2 to a 3. I know we have crop rotation, but like crop rotation is one of these like responsible game changers where you can use it fairly at lower brackets. Like, this isn't Gaia's Cradle. I mean, it is Gaia's Cradle for 1 green mana if you run both, but I would sooner turn this into a Soul Cauldron deck. Yeah, that's the sad thing about Ko. Soul Cauldron just kind of does everything it does better, except being a creature. Ko's better at being a creature than Soul Cauldron. And it's, by the way, J. Crobe, it's okay to like have a slower win so long as you're running enough interaction to slow down your opponents as well. You can have a win on turn 12 in bracket 3 and have that be a very oppressive deck because the interactive suite is slowing all the opponents down to your speed. Dread Return in the Graveyard. That's like drawing a card. Okay, I think our issue is everything in this deck is a 3-drop. Yeah, look at that. But it's fine if you draw a 1-mana Accelerant. That's curious. That's something to think about. I don't think you play Cloakwood Hermit on 3 most games. I think the curve out is you go 1 into 3 into, probably not Chomping Changeling, but like Enduring Vitality or whatever, into Shadowheart 4, into Cloakwood Activate Shadowheart. In which case, I think I want more big 3-mana idiots like Chief Wargs, right? I think I want more big fucks in this range that we can sacrifice. So what do we... Hear me out. What if we ran like Bygone Colossus? And the joke is if you have Bygone Colossus in your hand, what you do is you play Cloakwood Hermit on 3. You do exactly what I said to do the opposite of. You play that on turn 3, then turn 4 Shadowheart, then turn 5, or 5 mana. You go Bygone Colossus plus Activate Shadowheart, sacking the Colossus. Scoin of the Wild? Is this the guy that makes everything enter as copies of him? Number of the creatures you control. That makes sense to me. Although this doesn't start popping off until Cloakwood Hermit does, which makes this a little bit slower than it first appears. It's definitely a consideration. What was the card I just mentioned before looking at this one? I forgot already. I'm a genius. Should we be on Stitcher Supplier? It wouldn't be bad. Bygone Colossus, by the way. Yeah, I put it in already. That one got in. Maybe no Armagon, but he's funny. This is like one of my favorite cards from the set. Legitimately. I just like the idea of like I'm like a little boy, man. I'm like Robot Shark. This is awesome. Hate everything else about TMNT. This is cool. I like this. This scratches an itch I didn't know I had. Essence of the Wild. Ah, yes. I think Essence of the Wild could be fun here. Creatures you control enter as copies of this creature. Like, holy fuck. Yeah, we're not making 1/1 squirrels no more, bud. Shadowheart's already in play. I don't care. It's something to think about. It does have its downsides, right? But it is cool in this token-y Golgari deck. Right, like if you play one of these creatures up here, it doesn't enter as this creature. It has to enter as Essence of the Wild. Nina Jirachi actually is playing in Denver next month. And I thought about going, but I thought for too long, and now the tickets are like $120. So I don't know if I want to. I don't know if I like Nina Jirachi enough to pay $120 to see her. You know what I mean? But I do like her music, and I do like going to concerts. No, everything in this deck right now is tracking for me. It's kind of hard to find a cut now. Ew. Gross. This card's evil. Firehorn is a 2-mana 6/6 for the purposes of Shadowheart. I see. This is cute. It does suck. I think I would rather run like anything here. Right. And even then, I'm trying to find a cut right now. I'm not really even trying to add more card to this deck at the moment. What's amazing to me is people will put Rotting Regisaur in their commander deck, by the way, and go like, yeah, I really love the discard of this card. The fact that I can turn this discarding into an upside is crazy and cool. And then they'll still put Reliquary Tower in the same deck. I'm sorry to harp on Reliquary Tower more. I just like, it's so insane to me that people do that. And I like, here's the thing is I used to do that. I like Pitiless Plunder better for combos, I think. So I think that's the cut. We're just not meeting the ceiling of that card. Like, I used to do that, but I've somehow lost the ability to. You know what I mean? What's the 1-mana Phyrexian? I think Dreadnought is one of those cards where it's too expensive. Well, it's too expensive for the budget that we have. Also, it's too expensive for what it does. I think Phyrexian Dreadnought should be like $30. Maximum. And once again, disclaimer, all Magic cards should only be $1 anyway, so. Yeah, I wouldn't harp on so long about Reliquary Tower if I didn't see it every day. I mean that legitimately. If this was actually as little of like as small of a problem as it actually is, then I would talk about it less. It's not that small of a problem though, sadly. Problem's a strong word. Problem's a strong word for what we're talking about right now. All I'm saying is that there's a little bit of a crisis to me. Witch Puppy, tier 1. Everyone would love to think their hand will be overflowing with cards. Yeah, it's one of those idealistic kind of cards. I guess, yeah, that's probably why it sees a lot of play, eh? It's defensible with Shadowheart, TBH? No, it's not. We've already proven in like one of the playtests why discarding's better than keeping a full hand, because your graveyard is your second hand that sometimes mana cheats for you. Also, we were already running Rotting Regisaur in the deck. This was already in the deck when it got handed off to me. And I know this Gorgari pervert was like, yo, I'm turning this upkeep trigger into an upside. Aren't I such a smart deck builder? And then they're not realizing that the end step trigger, or like the end cleanup step discard, can also be used in the same way, right? I don't need to keep 50 cards in my hand. Some of those are better entombed. Like, yes, you make a big hand with Shadowheart. That makes sense. We're one layer deep in the synergy train now. 2 layers deep, which is where we want to be, is realizing that some of these cards are way better in the graveyard than not. Yeah. I want people to also keep track of when they win the game with a Reliquary Tower 50 card hand. How many of the cards in those 50 cards did you actually need to win that game? Did you need all of them, or did you need 5? Because if you needed 5, Reliquary Tower did nothing. it gave you more options is the one argument against that line of thought, right? Is that like you could keep all the different answers to any question, right? Once again, Reliquary Tower is not a bad card. It is most of the time when you put it in decks without thinking. But if you're putting it into a deck with thought, because it's a hand size matters deck, it's not that bad. And in fact, it's actually upside, like good. I just feel like people don't realize how strong discarding is most of the time. It's kind of unintuitive how powerful discarding is to like a player who's first getting into deck building. Anyway, I do think this is about good to go. I'm liking how this is looking and feeling now. Maybe the only thing is like the mana base. I would find more dual lands that are forests. We just got the stupid lands from the new set. Turbulent. Okay, you're already running all these. Great. 2 or more basics. You could probably squeeze a Vernal Fen in here. We do have a lot of basics and a lot of ways to fetch basics. So maybe that over a swamp. Once again, just upping forest count for Arbor Elf purposes. Anyway, like I said, I think this is about good to go. Thank you so much for getting a deck review. This is a very cute new list. Let's give it one more play test for the kicks. Restart. I think I would keep this. Forest. Utopia Sprawl right on time. Maybe it is correct in this deck just to mulligan for a 1-mana dork. Shadowheart. Mortuary Mire. Arbor Elf. Elves of Deep Shadow. You just vomit out your hand this turn, because next turn we're going to do the bullshit. Oops, this one. And then we have 1 floating mana. Black. Dink. Draw 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Land drop. 1, 2. White of the Reliquary. Okay. Discard Worn Soul Trader. Honored Dray Leader. Like, this feels great. I'm having a great time right now. Does Devol? The fuck is Devol? Oh, this idiot. No, I don't think so. This is a combo card. And I actually think now that I've playtested this a little bit, Worn Soul Trader is also a combo card. Enduring Vitality was a better choice. Also, by the way, there's a really fun argument you can make for Reliquary Tower's favor here. The fact that we have White of the Reliquary and crop rotation means we can opt out of the no discarding of Reliquary Tower whenever we want. So if we want to discard a card, you could just sacrifice it to one of these two. And these two also fetch up Reliquary Tower when you feel like you need it. When like Shadowheart sacked a big thing and you go like, I really want to draw. I really don't want to discard some of these cards, or I don't want to think that hard. Then you crop rotation for Reliquary Tower. That's kind of funny. The fact that you can opt out with these two. No, you're super right. I should not have added Reliquary Tower, says Magnum Draco. In YouTube chat. Yeah. That's fine though. I think Shadowheart slightly does goad you into adding Reliquary Tower. Okay. Maybe just a Malevolent Rumble. What I like about Malevolent Rumble is it gives you some lines where this is a 2-drop ramp piece for Shadowheart. So you can go Shadowheart after this on turn 2. And then it stalks your graveyard, right? Slumbering Trudge could be fun. You're 100% right. How did I forget about Trudge? I literally have a Trudge fight rigging deck. Maybe you do fight rigging. Guys, is this anything? Do you run fight rigging in this deck because we have big creatures that are cheap? I actually don't see why not. This card's very powerful. 3-mana cheat is really good. I think you do just run fight rigging combo in this deck. Why not? So the joke is, by the way, Slumbering Trudge is a 1-mana 6/6. This is a 3-mana fucking 7/2. This is a 3-mana 7/6. And then you have fight rigging to put a counter on one of these big power creatures, and then they have power 7 or greater, and then that lets you cheat out a big fuck that's up here that you hit off the top of your library, or it just cantrips into something useful, right? I kind of like that. And then it's also just a Luminarch Aspirant for the rest of the game. Are the fight MDFCs in? No, but they could be. And in fact, putting in fight rigging makes me want to put in Disciple now. I want Disciple of Freyalise in this deck. So sorry, we're not actually quite done with this list because we kind of had a cascading event there where there was a good recommendation from chat and it reminded me of something else. Okay, I think we can officially get rid of Lightning Greaves. I don't think we need the haste that badly. Like it's good, like with Sivirus and stuff, but I think every card in this deck is good, so we need to start cutting good cards, sadly. Maybe Rise of the Lich King. Just seems kind of like mediocre removal in the grand scheme. And Court of Calling also helps be whatever we're cutting right now. Which is part of what I love Tutors. Like, this is just so many cards in one, so we can think less about the ratios between other cards and just run more fun things that we like. Get a more sample platter kind of deck. I know we are in cut mode, but we do seem light on removal. I disagree, and the reason is because of Tutors. Like, I think Court of Calling just is that good that we were able to, like, pick up a removal card, which I'm sure we have in our creatures somewhere, question mark? Yeah, we have a Cursor Marauder, which isn't actually that good. You could do, like, Shriek Maw. Shriek Maw seems like a fun on-theme removal spell, and then it also triggers Cloakwood Hermit, and you can sack it to Shadowheart to draw 3 cards if you're desperate. Like, that's something. Champion's broken. We can't cut that. Honored Dry Leader's huge, sure. Druid of Purification. You know what? I think we have too much enchantment artifact removal. Like, I think Chomping Changeling is just already there. Like, Druid's a great card, but once again, you can only run 100 great cards. Maybe no Chitter Spitter. I think actually the Lords are kind of middling, right? We don't want Lords. We want creatures that get big. So I wonder if cutting all the Lords is actually correct. We want more things like Honored Dray Leader and not things that make all of our 1/1s big. We want things that are big because we have a lot of 1/1s. I think I got both of them. Here, if you want a 1 card that can buff the whole board, it's going to be Overwhelming Stampede. Look at your greatest power, and then everything gets pumped. This fits the theme well, right? When your greatest power is the number of creatures you control, this is insane. Arnin. Oh, no, I don't want to think more, guys. I think this deck's set. Yes, Arnin. There's a world where this becomes an Arnin deck. I just don't think this is a small power deck. We're a big power deck. Azog. Is this Moria's Ruin? Yeah. It's interesting. Anyway, I do think this is ready, though. Yeah, we're not like a charade deck. We're sacking huge creatures to draw cards equal to their power. Anyway, thank you so much for getting a deck review. Shoutouts, Logan. Okay, do we have Feed, aka Gavin? Yep, I'm here. Okay, great. Feed or bust? Why not feed and bust? It's my favorite combo. All right.
This is my first artifact deck. I enjoy being the pod police, so this deck aims to be a control-centric deck using the commander and some form of counter remove to continually recur our baubles, like Executioner's Capsule and Aether Spellbomb, slowing down everything so I can win with a lot of tokens and a masterful replication targeting Master of Ethereum. There's alternatively the Aether Flux Mishra's Vexing Bauble combo. I play tested the deck about 8 or so times, but I haven't gotten to play in an actual game. I have no budget, and UB is okay when it comes to adding cards, but please do not remove Mech Titan Core. I like the funny robot. Okay, Mech Titan Core, high priority. Cannot cut this. My goal is to make this a functioning bracket 3 deck. The main problems I have are speed, assembly of the game plan, slowing down others. Okay, this seems like everything's wrong with the deck. That's fine. When I play test it, I always feel like I end up committing to control and not working towards a win. I honestly have no clue how to make a bauble-focused deck. Please help. Okay. Do we have Grinding Station? No, we don't. And that's okay, because you're a new player. Grinding Station is how you turn this deck into a monster. Sack an artifact, target player mills 3 cards. Whenever an artifact enters, you may untap this artifact. Ew! Ew! Anyone who knows how infinite combos work and how graveyards work immediately clock this card as being disgusting. In fact, it might be too strong. We'll have to see. God, these cards are so ugly. Biotransference is funny. I think when everything is already an artifact, biotransference becomes worse, right? Grinding Station is one of the reasons Breach got banned in Modern. Yeah, what's funny is Grinding Station continued to be good even after Breach got banned. Isn't Grinding Station banned? Am I stupid? No, it's legal. Okay, it was just Breach that got banned. I remember when people were talking about banning Grinding Station instead of Breach. Why is it legal? Because it was printed after 8th edition, which means it's legal for Modern just by default. Unless you mean, why isn't it banned? In which case, I don't know. Lol. I don't know. Whenever an opponent draws their second card each turn, you create a treasure token. Ugh. It's great for Miss Bumbleflower. It's great for Howling Mine. We're not doing either of those things. I think it's very terminally okay. Not on theme. Ethereum Sculptor. So, this is a Storm deck, so Ethereum Sculptor is actually very good. Normally I cut this card from artifact decks, but this is actually a Cheerios deck, so this is fine. Remove a counter, draw a card, makes sense. Remove a counter, draw a card, makes sense. Spellskite makes sense. Yep. Yep. Okay, this is weird to me, because we're a self-admitted combo deck, and yet here we are with Big Creature that pumps other artifact creatures. Like, you could go in that direction to build this deck. Is that the direction we've chosen? Probably not, which is why I'm a bit dubious of it. Put up to 1 target instant or sorcery card from a graveyard on top of your library. Ooh, that's a little interesting. So you can, like, reuse spells and then sack this and then put a spell back on top. That's kind of fun. Artifacts have hexproof. So I don't know if we care if people blow up our artifacts, right? We just recast them. I don't think we care. Like, Padim's fine. I'm just trying to make room for some inclusions here. Noxious Torrential. I mean, these make sense to me. All of these make sense to me. Okay. I don't like to sink. I've seen one deck where I like to sink in it. I just generally find this to be very weak.
Hercule's Recall seems great. Honestly, just picking up all my own artifacts does sound really good. That is not a bad idea. And then sometimes you just blow out an opposing artifact player. Does Shuri fit here? Let's read Shuri. Yeah, that makes sense to me. That's probably better than the 3-mana one. Because right now I feel like we have enough of those effects. I don't feel like you want to draw these in multiples. It's just kind of nice to have sometimes. Like, I don't think we need to discount everything by 2 for this deck to work incredibly well. Like, I think discounting by 1 and discounting by 2 is the same thing. So drawing 2 sucks. Torrential feels bad here. Yeah, we don't have a lot of instants, do we? That makes sense. Oh, this is framing. This is framing, right? I need to preface that this is a fallacy. Reading this and then comparing it to Psy makes me want to die. Like, this is so bad. And once again, it's a singleton format, so you're allowed to run weaker versions of the same effect because you have to have 100 cards with different names to build a commander deck. I don't know if you know that. But I just literally can't get over the gap. How mogged that card is. Fateful Discovery. Whenever an artifact enters, draw a card. Yeah. That makes a lot of sense, actually. I'm going to talk about a little combo line that I don't think you should add. Right. We have Solemnity in the deck already. We care about taking counters off of things. Right. So Solemnity's in the deck. Perplex. Okay, Perplex tutors Solemnity. That's cool. Do you know what else it tutors? 9 lives. 9 lives. Hexproof. If it's first we deal damage to you, prevent that damage and put an incarnation counter on this. When there are 9 or more incarnations on this, exile it. And then when it leaves the battlefield, you lose the game. So this plus Solemnity is a lock. Perplex gets either one of them. But then we go one layer deeper. Patriarch's or Patrician Scorn. Instant, if you cast another white spell this turn, you may cast the spell without paying its mana cost, destroy all enchantments. We don't run enchantments. This is a very good one-sided sweeper. Fractured Identity. Exile target non-land permanent. This is a very high floor card. Each player other than its controllers get a token that's a copy of it. So it's removal, and then you get value. 2 other opponents get value as well, but if you're 1v1 too, this is insanely broken. So, with these powers combined, keep in mind, all pretty high floor, okay decks, or cards in this deck. You can Perplex for 9 lives, play it, Fractured Identity it, and then Patrician Scorn, which wins you the game. And once again, you shouldn't add this to your deck. This sucks. But the fact that all these cards somewhat fit here is a little interesting to me. And I think you would just cut a few of the enchantments, like Secret of the Dead, Mirrodin Besieged, Tival's Judgment, to make room for this, because the Patreon Scorn it looked like kind of nombos with these. But that's just a thought. Have it on your radar. It's very funny. And the fact that it all fits is cool. What should we focus on instead? Grinding Station a lot harder. You could include 9 lives Perplex. I actually do think you go this deep into it. I think this is the amount of deepness you go. And then you run things like Spider Sense. It's a counter spell that's also a stifle. Not Tail's End. What's the 3-mana cancel that can also stifle? Disallow. So now you run a couple stifles, and you can stifle the 9 lives leaves trigger in case it gets swept up in a farewell, and then you prison with 9 lives solemnity. I think this is an angle of attack for this deck in specific. And then you can decide, do I want to run this or not? In which case you can include them or not. Also, Whirlwind Denial, that doesn't work. Whirlwind Denial is specifically for each spell and ability your opponents control. And we'll notice that we control 9 lives when it triggers. The point of these is that they are flexible removal. They're able to be used on opponents' things, but also we can have a world where our own 9 lives is triggering, making us lose the game, and we can stifle that too. Consign to Memory, though. Consign is very good. I think it's too narrow. To me, it's on par with like a Pyroblast. The fact that it only cares about colorless things is a little weird to me. Whereas I like these are both counter spells, right? Spider Sense counters instant or sorcery. This counters anything. And they might be more expensive, but Commander gives you the time to run more expensive cards, especially in a control deck that's probably going to hold open a lot of mana. Summary Dismissal, once again, I think that says opponents, right? No, it doesn't. That's funny. I think 4 mana is just too much. Oh, what we could do is run the Idiot, the Moron, the Fool, Venser. Not Venser. It's the Why did we get a Venser in the same set as Urtai, and Urtai has a Venser design? That makes me mad. Why is this Urtai and not Venser? Make the other fucker Urtai. This is Venser. Quick question. Should Masterful Replication be cut since Master of Ethereum is no longer in? Masterful Replication. Probably. Yeah. That is a 1-2 punch combo, but you should probably just run a Cyberdrive Awakener, is the sad truth of the fact of the matter. Cyberdrive Awakener. Enters, everything becomes 4/4s and kills your opponents. It's a little boring, I think, but it's fine. It's a plan C. I think your combo is faster. Hear me out, Discontinuity. I don't really like Discontinuity. It's just so expensive, man. This is a Memnon deck. Yeah. Especially with Grinding Station. Maybe Noxious Gearhulk's too slow. To be clear, I don't want it to be too slow. I just think Riptide Gearhulk is just doing its job better, though, sadly. Boop. Boop. No free spell. This is good. You can sack it. I forgot this card doesn't have a downside. Snoll Diviner. Time to divine your Snolls. Muddle. Should we run like Ripples of Undeath in this deck? This feels like a good Ripples deck. Right, we're going to get Grinding Station. Isolated Chapel, 1-2. Grinding Station. Dino DNA. Pass. Draw a card with Vexing Bauble. Tap Grinding Station, sack Dino DNA, mill 3. Next turn. Urza Saga. Add a counter. 1, 2, 3, 4. Noctis. Recast. Vexing Bauble. Draw a card. Sack this, draw a card. Boop. Okay, we're in Construct Town. Eternity Vessel! That's sick. That is sick. Okay, I want Phyrexia's Core. Boop. 1, tap, sack an artifact, you gain 1 life. Boom. No, I like the Eternity Vessel, to be clear. That's really funny. What about Gifts Ungiven? Gifts does seem a little strong. That's probably fine, though. It is just 4 mana, like, win every time, though, right? So maybe this is a little too linear, but it is a very insane gift deck for sure. Inventor's Fair? Inventor's Fair is fair. Fair idea. I would need to be careful about putting in too many colorless utility lands because we do need to have 3 colors of magic, but it is definitely on the menu. Probably Gilded Lotus. We don't really have anything big we're ramping into besides Portal to Phyrexia. Like, this is so small. Is Singularity Rupture good? Is Destroy All Creatures Draw Half Your Library good? Probably. That seems really good. Yeah, that's grotesque. Absolutely. Immediately hook it to my veins. Archway of Innovation. Archway is a very good way to cheat. That is very unobtrusive. Chat is cooking today. Your next spell has Improvise for 1 blue mana, so you can just tap all your dorky artifacts to cast Portal or Endstone or whatever. You probably don't want to tap your artifacts before casting Cyberdrive Awakener, but... Maybe it's Mirrored Besiege. Ah, it's so fun, though. Mirrored Besiege is such a funny card. I want to keep it. Maybe no Secrets of the Dead, but it's good with our commander. Ugh, I hate thinking. It's Deval's Judgment. Final answer. Do we dare do Uthros too? I think it's a little hard to station that thing. I think we have... if we went on Constructs instead, and we did the Master of Ethereum, like, mass clone thing... then that becomes a lot more appealing. I think currently we're just not there, though. We would have to rebuild most of this deck. It would have to move away from combo and into artifact big stuff. But that is definitely an angle to build this deck. It's just not the angle that we've picked, right? Stuck in a minute-long ad. Yeah, sorry, big dog. To be clear, I don't run mid-rolls because I think I don't want to, like, torment and punish the people who are already watching my stream. Maybe I should, like, try running them in between decks and then just yammering. That could probably work. But then I have to click a button on my second monitor and it's just so much work. We have 132 viewers? What the hell's happening today? What? Hello, everyone. We're normally around, like, 100. Jesus. Hi, guys. How's everyone doing today? I'm glad there's as many people who are as mentally ill as me who love looking at the way I build decks. There are other people who have the same sickness as you. You just have to reach out and find them. Aether Spellbomb. I think we are just cantripping Aether Spellbomb here. Ugh. Noctis. Elk, you inspired me to play Stacks and Hate Bears. Okay. Sack this. Gain 2 life. Draw a card. Replay this from the graveyard. Replay this from the graveyard. Replay this from the graveyard. Who needs 9 life? Not this guy. I just need 1 life point to win. Boop. 1, 2, 3, 4. See, this is the issue, is like we don't have a way to remove counters right now. And I wonder if you just mulligan for 1. That's probably the correct answer, is you just mulligan for 1. But the fact that we lose our objects is a little dumb. This does seem like it has legs, though. It's doing very well. If I can be entirely honest, I think Deadly Rollick is the cut. And you go something like Tithing Blade. I think having that more on-theme removal and loopability with Noctis is a little more interesting. With Deadly Rollick, what I've noticed, there's kind of a problem with it. It's, with Deadly Rollick, if someone kill spells your commander, you have a use it or lose it situation, which can make you fire off removal erroneously. And I guess the answer is just don't do that, idiot. But I don't know. I just don't like the play patterns of the card. The fact that you can blow up my commander and then turn off my kill spell and then kill me that turn is a little problematic to me. Refurb and Pactol Terror. Refurbish Familiar is an angle. Enters. Each opponent discards a card. For each opponent who can't, you draw a card. Like, looping this to hellbent your opponents and then start cantripping is something. That makes sense to me. Do we actually need Synthesizer here? No. My card knowledge is very limited, so I was just putting in removal I thought was good. That's totally fair way to do it. That's a totally, like, these, I need to emphasize, none of these cards are bad. None of these cards are bad. It's just like, what lends itself to more fun gameplay? Like, you didn't ruin your deck by putting this in. Like, putting a Reliquary in your putting a Reliquary Tower in your deck doesn't ruin the deck, which is why I feel like so many people do it. It doesn't ruin your deck, it just makes it worse in some regards. Oh, we have the technology, guys! Fetch land, Mishra's Bauble. Look at our top card. Do we want it? Yes. Draw that card, and then you fetch on an opponent's turn. If we didn't want that card, you could just fetch, and then you would draw a different card. Surveil. We don't run Surveil lands. It's okay. Someday we'll learn. Someday it will be known info that you should be. We could cut the pathways for Surveils. That makes sense. I think I just prefer cutting the islands and whatever. Or if we have Snarls. I don't like Snarls all that much. The pathways are honestly okay. Okay, we don't have Snarls or anything, so I do like cutting basics. We're fine. Yeah, the fact that the Surveil lands in this deck say draw a card on them is stupid. And they're fetchable. This land enters tapped. When this land enters, draw a card. Stupid. It's so dumb. Yeah, the Surveils are typed, so they will have Archway enter untapped. And here's a quick news flash for everyone. If Archway of Innovation enters tapped... Oh, no! Anyway, like, it's not that big of a deal. The floor of Archway is not that low. Like, it being a tap land's totally fine. If this card already just entered tapped and didn't have an untap clause, it would still be playable. If anything, we might actually need to go down lands because we are an artifact deck. That's like a Cheerios artifact deck. Like, you don't need that many, like, actual lands. You know what I mean? But I think if we don't want to delve into the world of Mox Opals and stuff, keeping the mana base the same is okay. Okay, we don't have a budget, though. So, like, maybe Mox Opal's correct. Or, like, Mox... Yeah, it's Mox Opal, right? That's the Metalcraft one. Yeah. I don't know how I feel about adding the other fast mana, but Mox Opal feels significantly on theme. And then it makes you wonder if we run Displacer Kitten combo. I do think that is bracket 4. I think that's a little bit too much. I think we're already pushing it here, and that would be over the edge. Artifact lands, maybe? It's not impossible. Ugh. What a run, man. Maybe no Spellskite. It's such a okay card, though. There are situations where Spellskite's like one of the best cards in your deck. Chat, Elk isn't adding the cat because it's too strong. It's because it's bad. No, the cat's really strong. The cat's stupid. I just think it would make this deck a little too much. Oh, Displacer Kitten also resets the fucking stupid counters. Ugh. What a disgusting card. Literally so gross. Just keep it on your radar, dude. Like, if you want to power this up, this is the way to do it. This is a 2-card combo that wins the game. Coveted Jewel plus Displacer Kitten. And they're both good independent of one another. It's ridiculous. Palantir of Orthonk in our small mana artifact deck. There we go. That's the cut. That feels weird. We're always milling and taking the damage. Our maximum mana value is 6. Okay, here we go. Beautiful hand for a Surveil land. We're going to take the back street today. I think you hold. And that's the reason you hold. And then now you go Dino DNA, Mishra's Bobble, into Mirrodin Besieged. Like, you do that in the opposite order, but... And then now you go Thopter, Thopter, Mirror. Ta-da! Sack this draw card. Always sack your baubles. Never, ever hold them. Okay, Urza Saga. 1, 2, 3, 4. Commander. Actually, you don't play the commander yet. Oh my god, we don't have double blue. You don't play Urza Saga. Okay, you go 1, 2. Muddle the Mixture for Ethereum Sculptor. And I think you could have... No, you can't tap to hold up Psy. Okay, Urza Saga. Add a counter. 1, 2. Ethereum Sculptor. Thopter Mirror. Surveil 1. Phyrexia's Core. Graveyard. I want to keep my artifact on top. Okay, so we can't quite go infinite. Aetherflux, especially since we have to cast Aetherflux. Okay, that felt just kind of slow, actually. There's probably a line there that I missed where you go... No, you have to do so much. Elk, you have me putting Keen Duelist and Parker Luck into all my mono black Reanimator decks. Dude, it's so funny to just like 8 life someone on your upkeep and draw Archon. That shit's awesome. or like 9-ball someone, and it's fucking like Valgavoth, which I've cut from this deck because he was a little too easy. It is so funny. Those in Caustic Bronco. The issue with Caustic Bronco is that you sometimes just don't have creatures to crew it. The Caustic Bronco needs high mana value things, but it also needs small, big power things, which is like, it's such a weird mixture of shit. You know what I mean? It makes it very weird to play with because it wants expensive mana values, but it wants low cost, high powers, which is, it's such a weird push and pull. Do you hold this for this? I think that's too greedy. And maybe you play this on the blue side because you're not an idiot and you see that you already have all the white sources you'll ever need. Boop, boop. Soul Diviner. Like, when the deck curves out like this, it's really good. Like, this is intoxicating. It's the other world where you don't have the Soul Diviner type card that this deck becomes a little bit more sad. 2, Cryogen Relic, add token clue. Draw a card, and then you go 1-2, 1-2, draw. Next turn. Underground Sea. And we have Grinding Station. We're about to get perverted. This is awful. This is evil. This is nasty. And no one should ever have to play against this. This is vile. I DM'd you the doc regarding the Hearthstone cube. Seen it? Any thoughts? I will happily look at that eventually. Right now I'm a little locked in. I don't know if I actually start doing Noxus stuff this turn. I think you hold off on casting Noctis spells. You just play Power Conduit and pass. And then you get a clue. And that's an untapped Grinding Station trigger. So you might as well mill 6. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, next turn. This is where you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Lock your life total with the Eternity Vessel. And then we're kind of in. I think we need some amount of stack pieces to slow our opponents down because I think we are dying. I think people are killing us, and 9 lives Solemnity is kind of a first step in that direction, but we need to slow down the opponents more. So wait, are you a deer or an elk? Both. Sorry, stretch. All right.
How do we slow down opponents? Are we a solitary confinement deck? Probably. Ensnaring Bridge? I think we keep our hand too full. I think we have too much like cantripping and advantage is all. If we built this deck a different way, I can see Ensnaring Bridge working, but I don't think I want to rebuild the whole deck like that. Okay, I think this is too slow, sadly. Meekstone. Meekstone would be good. This is a very good method to prolong a game so we can actually win. Oh, here we go. Is there not a normal border of this? This is crazy. Every card should have a normal border printing. Every single card on Earth. That's my hot take, my opinion. Every card should have a normal border printing. And that means breaking the reserve list, by the way. That's part of this request. Is this the deck for Ghostly Prison and Propaganda? Yes, if the number one thing that kills you in your meta is tokens. If you are getting Craterhoofed every game, run these. If you are not, then don't. That's my opinion. That is always the litmus test for these cards. They are meta calls. I would never ever put them in a deck personally. My meta isn't really focused around tokens and creature decks. I'm getting Grey Merchant of Asphodel. I'm getting infinite comboed. I'm getting cascaded upon by 50 billion different creatures. Like I'm just getting value crushed. Like, you know, that's not the world for propaganda to be a good card. Is Silent Arbiter 2 force 4 mana? Silent Arbiter could be interesting. Also, Witch Puppy, thank you for the tier 1. I didn't notice that until just right now. Hrothgar Bathwater. Wait, I haven't read your name. Is Hrothgar a character that looks exactly how his name sounds? Oh, he's a furry. Oh, he's kind of hot. No. Oh, it's just a race. It's a race. I see. That makes a lot of sense. I just saw a lot of like the default male one, and then there's a couple female ones. I'm like, why do people like, dude, wait. Hang on. I think the Final Fantasy 14 heads have it figured out. Maybe, you know, we do have a couple lands we care about. So Expedition map isn't bad. Maybe just cut a land, honestly. We are a very low curve artifact deck that sees a lot of cards. It's probably fine to cut some lands. In fact, I actually want to cut a couple islands. And I know they make Archway of Innovation and are untapped. But I think the thinking here for me is that we are a Force of Will deck in a 3-color environment. I want more lore and revealed type cards that are a blue card and also an island. Or sea blue. Glasspool is a tap land though. Hydroelectroman. Hydroelectromen. Sure, man. That's what this card is. Seagate Resto. Selendue could be okay. I think we already have Waterlog Teachings. So I'm happy that we've already done this a little bit, but I think a little bit more doesn't hurt. Just to up that blue card count for the Force. Is this player opposed to off-color fetches? I imagine so because they weren't already in the deck. I understand the argument against off-color fetches. That's just a preference thing. I'm not going to push or pull that. Honestly, adding the extra fetch lands is nice, but it doesn't add that many percentage points to a deck to the point where, like, if you just want that aesthetic, like, exclusion, that's totally fine. That is virtuous and cool, in my opinion. Yeah, I'd keep this. Ooh. I like to draw a slow the game down card. So I think the thought process behind this deck now is more now, how do I get a lockdown in play so I can start doing my bullshit and having infinite time to do my bullshit? Because how to explain this? This is such a weird thing to grasp. Locks are card advantage. These are advantage engines. If you get 9 lives in Solemnity, it basically is draw your whole library, right? So long as you can maintain these in play, you have all the time in the world to figure out what the fuck you're doing. And your lock is only as good as the way you win the game. In this case, we have a kind of great artifact combo. So this lock is very good because we have a way to close. If you just have a lock and you're not doing anything, you have no motion after the lock, that's where like the bad rap for locks come from. Like, locks create time. It matters what you do with that time. Are we a Bolas? Oh, dude, Bolas Citadel's so gross. If you're upgrading to bracket 4, this goes in. I don't think we want to put this in now. Keeper. All right, play my land, draw a card. Hold up, Dino. Ugh, this hand's so slow. It's okay to have slow hands, but we just need a reason to live. Oaxaca. Whenever I see Oaxaca, I just think about the city in Mexico. Like... Grinding Station. Yeah, missing the land drop's actually kind of bad, isn't it? Maybe instead of getting greedy with Grinding Station, you actually get like Cryogen Relic. And then here now you can cantrip. I just feel like we're not seeing the locks frequently enough. Like maybe that's just variance. Because we do have Trinket Mage Meekstone, which is really good at being a lock. Oh, Meekstone buys you so much time. That's so gross. I almost wonder if we want to do like Arcbound Condor stuff. It's cute. What I like about this is that this controls small things, and then this controls big things, and that's kind of a 1-2 punch if you get them together, which is kind of fun. And they're both just high floor cards. It's something to consider. I don't know if this is the best deck right now for that. Okay, this has a Solemnity combo line, but it only has one land, so maybe actually that's not right. This is right, though. Blue to Delta. Let's get Undercity Sewers. Surveil 1. Graveyard. Next turn. Lorien Revealed. Type Island. You get Meticulous Archive, and you play this. Surveil 1. Graveyard. Inventor's Fair. Okay, so we are fighting to keep our head above water here, but honestly, it's going pretty well. Perplex. Ensnaring Bridge is also a choice. Ensnaring Bridge is not... I already explained why I don't really like it. I think our hand's too full for this deck. I think you can build a version of this deck where Ensnaring Bridge is better, but I don't think we're that version of the deck. Anyway, Perplex. It's going to get cycled for Solitary Confinement. Next turn. Beachblown Verge. So we just need some way to draw an additional card every turn. And then we can kind of start getting some motion there. 2, 3, 4, 5. We don't have second blue. That is pretty rough. Maybe we're already over the line with the colorless utility lands. I think maybe an argument can be made to not run Inventor's Fair or Phyrexia's Core. Definitely need to keep Urza Saga. Actually, no, we just got unlucky rather, and drew 2 of those. Maybe Secrets of the Dead. It needs our commander in play. This is effectively a background, which is a little hard. We haven't gotten a Memnon game yet. Do you think Memnon's gay? Do you think he wants Memnon on him? It literally says men on. That's so funny. Should we have to stock up or some other way just to see more cards? That would make a lot of sense, I think. Ellipses. I'm trying to think about what card I would want to see more cardboard. I think it is just stock up. I think we don't hit enough land drops for Consult to be better. Dude, remember when people played Notion Rain? I remember like thinking this was like the most broken card ever. I was like, what a card draw engine. Look at this nasty, nasty thing. And it's just so fine. It's so okay. It's like, read the bones, dude. Calm down. Old me was like really into Notion Rain, and I do not know what I saw in that card. Let's do Ripples of Undeath. I like how it mills. I'd be playing 3 Notion Rain in Limited. Listen, Limited is a different story than Commander. I would draft Notion Rain in Limited for sure. Watch this. Draw your land. Okay, you don't keep that hand, by the way. Tundra. Implement. Also draw a card for turn, moron. Vexing. Boop. Draw. Next turn. Okay, everything's falling into line. Owaka. Draw this card. Next turn. Inventor's Fair. 1, 2, 3, 4. Here comes Nocti. You may be pitch cast here. You know what unironically really good in your deck is foil. This is a foil deck, guys. Oh, we don't have enough islands. We don't have enough islands. But imagine. But imagine. Okay. So we're on turn 5. Boop. 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 Remove a counter, draw a card. Next turn, remove a counter, draw a card. 1, 2, 3, 4. Drain Dynamo. 1, 2, 3, 4. The One Ring. Draw another card here. Ew. Anti-synergy. Honestly, any excuse to cut a One Ring from the deck, I'm going to take. It doesn't work with Solemnity. It's out. It doesn't work with Solemnity. It's out. You cut the Islands, LMAO. Yeah, man. Island sucks. Worst card Magic. No, that's fair. It's an alternate build path where you have like a more island-focused deck with foil and stuff. Like, it's just not what the current list is doing. And I still stand by my decision to cut the... I'm like a fucking politician. I still stand by my decision to... You know what doesn't need islands? Commandeer. Commandeer does need 2 blue cards, though, and that's really hard to do. 2 blue cards is fucking atrocious here. 1 blue card, we can make it work. 2? I don't know about all that. Like, I run Commandeer here, and sometimes it's so hard to pitch cast this thing, and this is about the same amount of blue cards, like, ratio-wise, as here. Actually, this one has more. It is possible we have good enough card advantage that we just always see 2 blue cards. This hand's insane. What the fuck? Affinity! Why do you need less lands in an affinity deck? Al, can you explain why? I don't get it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Girl out of the town, but you can't take this town out of the girl. Okay, we go like this, and then you go like this. Think. Or do you just let the Saga die? You might let the Saga die. Just get a Aether Spellbomb. I think we should be on Chromatic Star, because imagine if we had Chromatic Star right now and we had the ability to cast Noctis. Right, because this turn's definitely Eternity Vessel, and then this turn could have been Noctis. Like, imagine we didn't draw Flooded Strand here. Having the Chromatic Star in this situation would be very nice to cast Noctis. Oh, no, we have Mox Opal. I'm an idiot. It doesn't matter. Okay, great. Nothing matters. Ignore me. Still, I do think it is better than the Implement. Although this gains 2 life back. That's kind of cute. I actually kind of like that. Maybe it's Expedition Map. There just isn't a land we particularly care about all that much. Elk's a nihilist? I don't know. I don't really think all that much. I don't think that hard about life or being alive or anything like that. So I don't think I am a nihilist. I think there are two types of nihilists, though. There's the annoying Redditor, like, nihilist, and then there's people who find comfort in being small. Right? I think annoying... I think people hear nihilist and they think of the annoying Redditor nihilist. And when I do think that there is, like, a kind of pretty nihilism where it's like, I kind of like being a little speck and that nothing matters and that my mistakes actually don't, like, matter too much. Not to get too deep on a fucking card game stream, by the way. But there is, like, an appealing part of nihilism that's cool versus, like, yeah, anime villain. Like, no, anime villain's Redditor. Anime villain's Redditor. That's more existentialism than nihilism, I guess. Once again, I don't really think all that hard, by the way. I'm not a big thinker. I'm good at Magic the Gathering, and that's it, dude. I'm on this planet to look at cardboard. Don't take what I say too importantly. I'm not a great thinker. Anyway, thank you for getting a deck review. Hopefully some of the locks give you a lot longer time to assemble your jank combos that you want to pull off. And then maybe consider this jank combo. Etc. stuff and things. It's like vegans. Dude, vegans have horrible PR. They need to get on that immediately. The number one thing that vegans do wrong, and by the way, I love you vegans. Hi, you're stronger than me. The number one worst things vegans do, or like vegan culture does, because we're Goombaing a little bit, but it's okay. The worst thing that vegan culture has done for itself is make faux food. Like, this tastes exactly like chicken. This tastes exactly like beef. Don't lie. Let's not lie. Why don't we just focus on how to make vegetables taste good? Why don't we focus on the things that vegetables do well? Like a good curry, shit like this, right? Like, focus on the food that makes vegetables look good instead of trying to imitate meat. Don't be what you're not. Play into your strengths. By playing into making fake meat, you are making veganism look gross instead of yummy. Making vegetables taste good is very easy. I agree. Making vegetables awesome is easy as hell. Making them shitty meat products is not the way to get people to become vegan. And I feel like that's been a lot of the push of, like, some vegans, right? Is like, hey, eat this plant-based meat. You're not going to even realize it's different. It's so different. It's unreal. Yeah, meat is just something you need to get over. I have thought about, like, taking a step towards vegetarianism. I think I could, like, do a no mammal diet. I think I could start there for sure. I just love fish way too much. There's no way I could cut salmon out of my diet. I love it so much. Also, I will never be a true vegan in a lot of vegans' eyes because I think honey's vegan. And I think there's a big divide in veganism between whether or not honey is or is not vegan. If you go completely logically and, like, strip all emotion out of it, honey is not vegan. It is an animal product. But if you look at it from the cruelty angle, honey is, like, the one thing where there's a win-win happening. You know what I mean? Honey is the one animal-human relationship where that shit is very close to symbiotic. Incredibly close. Like, there's no cruelty in that relationship. The beekeeper wants the bees to do well, and the bees want to keep living in the beekeeper's safe environment. You know what I mean? So I don't know if I'm with all the vegans who are like, honey isn't vegan, because that's not really the point, right? The point is to eliminate cruelty, not eliminate animal product. There is an argument that, like, there's some vegans who are vegan because they think animal products are gross. Right? And so they cut out all animal products because they think they're gross, as opposed to thinking about the cruelty angle of it. They're just like, why would I eat a pig? That's like eating a dog. That's gross to me, right? They have that same kind of connection. Okay, sorry for all the rambling. Let's keep looking at magic decks. Vegan side tangent over. Is this one we've already looked at? No. Is this one we've already looked at? No. And is this one we looked at? Missing deck. That's bad that this is missing. Send a message. No, it did not work. Hopefully we just have him here. Sorry, I just got a DM question mark? No, I didn't. Sorry, I'm doing coffee stuff on the other screen. I know this is not very engaging right now, but I'm just trying to make sure I get everything in a row here. One of the links appears to not be working, so I hope we have this person here. Oh, that's so cute. Coffee has like a little thing. Look, Coffee has a little thing where it shows you that it came from Twitch. That's kind of neat. By the way, thank you for getting all those deck reviews today. Where is the last one that I just closed out by accident? Yeah. Okay, there it is. Do we have Brett here with us, by the way? Brett, because your link did not work. Missing deck. I got a question, by the way, recently that I thought was pretty neat. This song title goes insane. Dude, I fucking love this song. I also just love Ada Rook. She's really loud, which is all the music I listen to. But anyway, I got someone who asked, like, why don't you show the blurb on screen? One, it has emails on it. Two, the emails are sometimes dead names. So that's also why I ask people to give me their name, because I don't want to read the email and guess, and then it's a trans woman with an old PayPal address. All right, let's do Arctic deck review. Exodus, Auric Overlord. Dude, I think we've seen an Exodus deck the last 3 streams, which is awesome because this card's cool. This is the only commander that's 2 commanders. It's crazy to me. It's not a Blood Avatar deck. I think this is an Exodus frontside deck. This is Exodus Ponza. I heard the other week that you haven't been given a deck with the front side of Exodus yet. And this deck, I was in the middle of making when I heard that, so I rushed to finish it and be the first front Exodus deck review. This is a land destruction deck, built around flickering creatures that either ETB and destroy lands or buy instants and sorceries that destroy lands. It's a grindy resource denial deck that wants to keep opponents from ever getting the upper hand. By the time I finished writing this, I don't know if I've actually finished the deck list yet. It's only about halfway done. I imagine it will need some tweaks with a balance of instant sorceries. Okay, great. I'm trying to make this strategy fit in bracket 3 and be as evil as possible. So I think if we're doing land destruction, I really want you to be bracket 4, because everything that's fun about land destruction happens in 4. Right? In 3, we're just land destruction for the fun, for the help, like the game, and it's not. There's not really a way to turn that into a winning strategy. Whereas in 4, we can be as evil as we want, right? I am a little sad not to see, because we have Oppo. I do think we should be redundant as fuck and also run Aven Mind Sensor. Where Hellkite? What Hellkite? I'm stupid. I'm out of the loop. Oh, monkey. Why does it do this every time why can't it just open it normally, please? Yo. This is insane. This is such cool art. Magmatic. Yeah, Magmatic Hellkite's insane, isn't it? Oop. Mardu Siegebreaker makes a lot of sense. Casualty 1. City and Charma, yeah. Or Ionia. Yeah. This is grotesque. This deck is so evil. No, Cathartic's insane, isn't it? I think I want more of that effect even. I want a lot of things that loot, right? Because looting is inherently card advantage in this deck because Exodus returns the creatures you discard to these. And then also Silver Quill can casualty them and then you draw a billion. Well, not these ones, but the Cathartic Reunion he'll draw a billion for. I do think Unwanted Remake is a little bit bad. I do actually think you want... it seems counterintuitive, but this is actually correct to do. You want to run Path to Exile and Erode. And it's like, why would I want to ramp my opponents? It's to get basics out of their deck. So the ones that say destroy a land, replace it with a basic don't work anymore. Like, this sees playing, like, Modern. Modern Boros Ponza runs Erode and Path. Like, they run 7 copies across these 2 cards. Because it gets rid of their lands from their deck. Eventually, you'll run out, and then these are just straight-up kill spells, too. Yeah, Winds of Abandon, too. And then at that point, maybe you run Deep Gnome Taromancer. Because when they put the basic into play, now you ramp as well. This is actually an angle to turn this deck into, like a bracket 3 kind of strategy, where we're force ramping opponents and then getting value off of those lands entering. And then you probably want... Yeah, we already have Archivist. Do you run Field of Ruin? That is a question for the ages. Or like Demo Field. That I'm not sure about. I had Terramancer in, but it felt awkward with a lot of hands. Well, here's the great news. We did just add a Road. We added Path. We added Winds, which all work with Terramancer. All of those work with Terramancer. And then we also added Magmatic Hellkite, which also works with Terramancer. So it's a lot more consistent now, is I think my argument here. What deserts are we running? We have Sand Scout. Dude, did you... Oh, I was about to say, did you put Sand Scout in your deck and just not put, like, deserts in? I think I want 1 Scav Grounds, and you should always be on Sheffet, dude. It's always, I think. You should always run the untapped ones of all of your colors. LMAO. Have you guys seen the clip where it was Phil from MTG Goldfish? And that motherfucker put Farseek in mono green and cast Farseek, and it did nothing because he's in mono green. He doesn't run anything other than forests. That is one of my favorite clips from MTG Goldfish, I think. That is one of the funniest things I think Phil has ever done. He was just like, wait, this isn't just like a 2-mana Rampant Growth. This is a different card with different text on it. Oh my god. Phil's so funny. I'm not going to spoil who said this. But someone did call Phil like the Donald Trump of Magic the Gathering. And I found that so funny. To be clear, I'm not talking about Phil Brewer's Kitchen. I'm talking about Phil Phil the podcast. Like he's been on since day one. Like he owns MTG Goldfish, I think. And by the way, the Donald Trump comparison wasn't calling him a racist or anything. It just means he's loud and wrong. That's Richard. My fault. I meant Richard, not Phil. I don't know if I like having to pay for Maelstrom Artisan. I think it's a fine card. It's just I cloned it a bunch of times with Rionia, and then I have to pay 2 mana for each one to work. I don't know if that really fits the MO. Yeah, Richard's wrong about so much. People say I have bad takes. I believe they have not seen Richard's takes. That dude thinks Dowsing Device belongs in every red deck as like a rampant growth. That is like insane level thinking. He has a beautiful brain. Like, I've said my fair share of batshit. I'm not going to defend a single iota of, like, everything I say. But, like, I believe in, like, 95% of it now. Like, with hindsight. Okay, goodbye, Ardent Elementalist. I think you're a little too slow. Just, like, Ardent Elementalist pick up 1 Cleansing Wildfire turn. It's like, Richard's murdered all of his credibility because he liked Netflix Avatar Season 2. No, that makes so much sense for him, though, right? The fact that he likes that makes a lot of sense to me. That tracks. I'm sorry, I'm being really mean. I wish I was nicer, honestly, I do. Oh, Ardent Elementalist plus Ephemerate, actually. Hang on. I was not thinking about the Ephemerate angle. I was more thinking about, like, my Riona turn where I make 15 Ardent Elementalists and it returns 1 land destruction spell. I'm like, that's so ass. But it does work really well with Ephemerate. I'm really glad to see that you followed the Starfield Shepherd teachings. Should we run Planetary Annihilation? Chooses 6 lands and sacks the rest. So, like, if someone actually does escape from under Pawns of Hell, you can set everyone back down and then start putting the Pawns of Hell scheme into action. I think that's something. Also just slows the game down, which is something you enjoy. Now, the question is, what do we cut? I think Chthonian Nightmare is up on the list for that, just because we have a recursion engine in the command zone. Terra. Power 3 or less. Is that fucking everything? No. It's a lot of it, though. I think we just have better advantage engines, honestly. In recursion engines. Phyrexian Braid's good here. No, I don't think so. Can you explain to me why you think she might be good? Maybe there's just something I'm not seeing here. We can probably cut a land. Probably just the red-black land. Every time I see the baboons, it makes me smile. Me too. I really like Monkey. Monkey. Vindicate. Destroy target permanent. I mean, this makes sense in a land destruction deck, right? This is Stone Rain. What are we reviving with Reanimate? So we have Entomb Reanimate combo. Nothing. Okay, I'm going to actually lock in. Yeah, I don't like Reanimate. Which is crazy for a deck with Entomb in it, but... Yeah, I don't think Turf War is correct, but it is a very silly, goofy chaos card that I like. That's the one where, like, you start giving lands away to other people, right? Turf War, Sorrow's Path, infinite tap, untap, twiddle that land combo, where you give someone Sorrow's Path and then kill them with it. You know what'd be really good in this deck, by the way? Just lock this into the Mind Palace for future. Liliana the Repentant. Just turn everything into Mildew. That seems really fucking good for front Exodus. Okay. Maybe Daydream's too slow. Like, Saw and Half and Ephemerate are both unfair with Ardent Elementalist, which is why I like them. But Daydream doesn't work that way, so I think I like that one less. Oh, dude, I forgot I did that with this playlist. Listen to this transition. I'm so sorry, YouTube watchers and VOD watchers, you can't hear this. But end of Magfest, there's this like low metallic growl. Oop. Like, listen to this. Low metallic growl. Oh, thank you for the Prime, by the way, Elijah. And then it goes into Empathy Reversed right here. It has the same growl. Oh, my ears. I'm sorry. That one was a little loud. There's a little bit of an audio mismatch. I'm so sorry. What face in chat? I'm sorry. That was a little loud. I was trying to mix it properly, but basically, long story short, there's the same sample in both of those songs. Sorry, enough nerding out about music. We need 3 more cuts. This card doesn't exist yet. Also, Flashback can't loop cards, which is something to be a little wary of, I think. This is maybe hard to cast. It's a good card, though. This card doesn't exist yet, shoots it. Yeah, no, literally, though. It's like, there's too much mental bandwidth I have going on right now. Thank fuck I didn't have my headphones on. I heard that from downstairs. Oh my god. That's insane. Once again, sorry. Sorry for the accidental ear explosion. It will not happen again. Shadow Grinch. That's so cool to clone, though. Deuces Tacker? Thank you for the Prime. I thought your name was Deuces Taker, and I'm like, you love shitting. Anyway, thank you for starting a scam train. Deuce Stacker. Oh, so he's like a shit stacker. Oh. That's a funny username. Dog, I don't know what to cut. This is all good. Why is every card good, dude? Put bad cards in your deck. This is too hard, man. I can't have this much responsibility. Okay. Grim Servant out because we took out Reanimate. Okay, I think I'm seeing the narrow way through.
Okay, maybe Pursue the Past is the worst version of this effect. Deal another hand. Okay, playtest. Get a Surveil land. Shadowy Backstreet. Top. That's really funny, top. Entomb, what do we get? Magmatic? Pass. Ava Mind Sensor. Discard a card. Fulminator. Draw a card. Shattered Sanctum. 1, 2, 3. Ranger Captain. Usually Siegebreaker. Ah, Siegebreaker would be a better grab there. Hang on. Yeah, Siegebreaker would make more sense. Is it bad that I don't like Silverquill? Ah, he's so good though, actually. No, never mind. Ignore me. Yeah, Siegebreaker is stupid. Right now I'm just trying to think about how we win. And I guess the answer is a concession. That was my problem. Well, I think we've already maximized the land. How do we maximize the win? Because I don't think it's polite to blow up people's lands and then not win. I think expecting a concession is a great way to make a miserable deck that no one wants to play against. So what's a nice overlap with land destruction? I was experimenting with Zozu. Zozu the Punisher. Oh. That's funny. I don't know. Crackerhoof. Crackerhoof is good. Bear of the Heavens. Ugh. I don't know if I want to tread into MLD. I think that's a very different thing than what we're doing here. I wonder if you just run something boring like the Initiative. That's what's normally paired with Ponza in Pauper. Back to basics. That is not a. That's a blue card. We can win with Gary or Archon. With the blinking. Yeah. I think I like that the best. Oh, I meant Price of Progress. We're destroying their lands. Price of Progress is going to do no damage. We've destroyed all their lands and replaced them with basics. Maybe you do Archon Reanimate. Like, do we just turn this into a Reanimator deck? We reanimate a big thing and then blow up all your lands? Valgavoth shuts off graveyards. This card is so bad. Wormcoil Engine, hard to clear and it's grindy. Wormcoil Engine's a 6/6 that a 1/1 can block, right? Like, that's not... I don't know. Archon of Cruelty kills you and removes options.
Two things that this deck wants. It likes removing options, and it likes also killing you. Valgavoth removes options and kills you. Okay, maybe we get rid of Goblin Settler. To be clear, we're in a position where all the cards in this deck are good. Stitchers is such a cool option for the Starfield package, though. Maybe no swords. We put in a road path. I don't know if that's a wrong thing or not still. Maybe Surge. Surge is funny. Surge is funny. I just don't know if we're ever wide enough for this to work. Oh, Fing Fang Foom. I feel like that's been excluded on purpose. And same thing with Avengers Disassembled, right? Like, I just don't think we like Marvel cards. And that's totally fair. Once again, we're taking the back streets. Surveil 1. Vault to Graveyard. Command Tower. White Orchid, blow up your land. If near Deadlands. Selfless Spirit. Ephemerate White Orchid Phantasm. Ephemerate White Orchid Phantasm. Miss our land drop and lose the game. But before that, we're going to saw in half White Orchid Phantasm. Like, oh my god, this is hilarious. Also, missing that land drop was bad, though. Okay, good. Good, good. Okay, yeah. I like having these in the deck, the MDFC creatures, one of each color, because you can entomb them with Exodus and play to hit land drops, which is really funny. Fin Fang Foom is going to be worse than Silverquill or Curse Recording or an Avengers Disassembled blew up most of my creatures. I see. Well, you don't use Avengers Disassembled when you're ahead on board. You use it just to blow up a land, and that's the case. Worms of the Earth would be perfect in this deck. Worms. Players can't play lands. Lands can't enter. Beginning of each upkeep, any player may sacrifice 2 lands of their choice. Ugh, ew. It's like 5 mana, though. It's funny. But it's 5 mana, and you need to give this indestructible. If you ran this with Avacyn in the Reanimator package, then that becomes really funny. Because it destroys... You don't sacrifice it or anything. It just... World Slayer Avacyn. Yeah, that's like on par with what that is, too. Wrong Avacyn. My fault. It's in the considering anyway. Unkeepable. This hand doesn't cast its spells. This hand does cast its spells. This is probably my favorite Ada Rook song. It's like up there. This is top 3. Cantrip. Whoa. Sand Scout. I think you just want to near here. How many humans is the deck running? I am unsure. Where is this going? Planetary Annihilation's interesting. Why not?
Okay, now we're getting somewhere. And then you can ephemerate, which gets back one of these. And then you go Oppo Agent on your end step. Next turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Obsidian Charm, I'll blow up your land. You don't search. I search for you instead. Interesting. Hi, Elk. My review is the Selesnya Sword decks. I won't be around for it. Oh, you're the Selesnya Swords person? Hey, your link didn't work. Give me the link again. I need the link. Selesnya Swords no worky. Red alert, your link does not work. I need that. Is Sand Scout even good? You can only play it on curve, basically. What are we talking about? Ah, $10 super chat. Okay, one sec. Makes sense to me. Is Sand Scout even good? You can only play it on curve, basically. Yeah, Sand Scout's awesome. It color fixes. It's a creature you can get back from your graveyard. Flash. There's a lot of decision points, which I think is a good thing. Type Mountain. Raucous Theater. Surveil 1. Decorum. I think Graveyard. I think there's an argument against Decorum because we just have so much advantage from Extus. Whoa, mama. That's pretty good. Give me back Kami. Shadow Grange. Draw 2. Okay, now we can start getting a little gross. 1, 2, 3, 4. Magmatic Hellkite, blow up your land, replace it with one with a stun counter. Ephemerate the Magmatic Hellkite. Return Ardent Elementalist. Blow up another land. We can also do that on Shadow Grange to deny a big attacker or something. And then you can also play Kami here. You would have searched, you would have drawn 2 cards here. Next turn, Fetid Heath, Ephemerate hits this, you draw another card. And then you also get to buy back Kami. 1, 2, 3, 4. Mardu Siegebreaker on the Magmatic Hellkite. Replay the Kami. You swing here. Do some stupid bullshit here. This is feeling good. This playtest felt awesome. I liked Decorum because it was an extra Exus trigger every turn in addition to the draw, but I could see cutting it. Yeah, it's just a 5-drop, man, you know? I kind of want another board clear in your deck. Ideally a one-sided one. We have wins already. We have Missing Mortars already. We have Planetary Annihilation. Oh, we probably have enough board clears now that I think about it. Dam could be interesting. I think Dam is it. Dam with mode of single target or
everything is pretty neat. We could also do cut to ribbons. Just you're the only one with mana. You have all the time in the world in the ideal game state. And then you just, this is a kill spell. And then later on in the game, it can kill people. I think I like cut to ribbons. And then we have all these stupid idiots. Maybe Grim Servant comes back in. Oh, wait. We do have an Extus non-bow. Whenever you copy and cast or copy, return target non-legendary creature card from your graveyard to your hand. If you want to reanimate Archon and you cast a reanimate on Archon and it's the only creature in your graveyard, Extus picks it up and fucks you. So maybe you just lean on Valgavoth. This isn't a May. And it's not up to 1. But Valgavoth is legendary, so... Boop, boop. Sent the link on coffee. Hopefully that does that. Thank you for another $5 super chat, by the way. Queen's Armor. Maybe run another reanimate. I think it's Will the Abzan. Turn target creature from your graveyard to the battlefield, and then any number of target players sacrifice greatest thing, and then lose 3. Okay, this is keepable. Fetch, Surveil, Shadowy Backstreet. Hit Valgavoth with this. Nope. Graveyard that. Next turn. Razorgrass Ambush Pass. Destroy your Heuristic Study or whatever. Buried Alive. Valgavoth. Mardu Siegebreaker. Magmatic Hellkite. We already have Obsidian Charm on him. Third creature. Fear missing out? Aven Mind Sensor? Oppo? Oppo. The answer is Oppo. Reanimate. Valgavoth. You can actually do something really... no, you can't. Bogart... I was like, you can tutor for Bogart Harbinger. Or no, Bogart Trawler. And then play it as land drop and then reanimate. But you can't. Sadly, this isn't the other recruiter. If this was White Recruiter, you could do that. Anyway, erode your thing. Play it for free. Seems good. Seems really good. The fact that you just have this unfair reanimate angle now is just so much better, right? Priest of Fell Rights. Priest of Fell Rights would be incredible, yeah. Priest of Fell Rights is the answer. Right, because now you have this angle of Buried Alive, and then you put Priest in that pile, and then Valgavoth can get got with that. You could also run Unburial Rites. Right, you entomb this to your graveyard. Alright, I like that angle a lot. Can I be honest? I don't know if we need Imperial or Imperial. I don't know if we need a Johnny, do we? Johnny just kind of feels like he's here. And then we can go back up like Recruiter, because Recruiter can actually get a lot of your things.
I think you have more low power toughness than power. Yeah, a lot of your important things are 2 toughness or less. Leonin Arbiter in. So Leonin Arbiter is symmetrical, which fucks all of our entombs. That seems a little scary to me. I love symmetrical stacks pieces a lot of the time. Here, I'm a little scared of them. I need to reanimate. There's a possibility we're getting a little too lost in the reanimate sauce. I mean, if you draw on Tomb. All I'm saying is we have so many Entomb effects now in this deck. And I put Valgavoth in. And there's an argument to not make this a Valgavoth deck, because he does kind of become Secret Commander. But I think that's what this deck needs to win. We're close. We're close, I think, here. What's a good amount of reanimate cards to run? Like 6 or 7. Somewhere like something like that. I mean, maybe no cleansing wildfire. It does feel like your land destruction spells are the weakest ones. The ETB creatures are a lot more intriguing to me. Oh, dude. Wait, I just had a fucking... You don't have to turn this into a reanimator deck if you beat people to death with double striking Exus Detectives, Phoenix. And Glasswing Grace also works. Just fucking kill him, dude. Oh, with FOMO too? Oh, I'm gonna puke. I'm gonna puke. This is so gross. So now we have 2 angles to kill people. Valg, and then also this. Anyway, we need to reanimate. I think we're taking out Practice Goldsmith. I think Ardent Elementalist is just eating his fucking lunch. And then we go up a reanimate. The question is, what reanimate do we do? You could do something like a incarnation technique. I think that is a very high and powerful card. Welcome to the incarnation technique. Draw. Oh, mama. Dude, I love board states like this. If you remove my creatures, I will fucking cry. This is my type of magic. Discard a card, then draw a card. Buried Alive, Exus trigger, picked up Obsidian Charmaw. Valgavoth. Mardu. The last one. Priest of Fell Rights. Next turn. Command Tower. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Activate Priest. Return Valgavoth. Red. Detective's Phoenix on Extus. Or Valgavoth, your choice, really. Exiling these two. Swing. Boop, boop. Sack this. Protect board. 2, 3, 4, 5. Extus now has lifelink and another +2/+2. Dude, this is awesome. We didn't do a lot of the land destruction stuff this game, but like the fact that this is like all in the same deck is cool. Do we run Elishnorn? I don't think so. I think this is good. We now have this big explosive top end that can buy you time for this interim game plan. It actually kills opponents. There is an argument that maybe this slightly overshadows the land destruction theme, but I just think the land destruction theme is not really conducive to bracket 3 EDH unless you have a way to also be closing. This is as close as I can get it to something that like looks like something I would build. So hopefully that works out. Smokestacks, I think that's way too slow. Braids is way too slow. I don't know. Sorry, I accidentally closed the wrong tab because I'm a genius. Recently closed tabs. There we go. Aha. Do we have... hang on, I was DM'd on coffee, allegedly. Unable to find this deck. I am so sorry. The new thing you sent me also doesn't work. There is no Selesnya Swords. Maybe I can import it. Yeah, it doesn't detect it. Yeah, the deck must just be private. While you figure that out, we're going to go ahead and do this one before yours. Oh, God, I'm a stupid ape, man. I just closed the thing again that I shouldn't have closed. I just keep doing the same thing over and over out of muscle memory. Oh, whoops. There you go. Copy this. Check. Great. There we go. All right. I'll try to make it to the stream, but you can skip me and I'll watch the VOD. That's why we're doing it now. We're at the end. This is my first control deck idea. I'm not that good at understanding and building control decks and wanted some input before buying the deck. The idea is to get the commander on board and clone him and get a lot of goading and card draw on board. And then if it gets down to a 1v1 insurrection type to close out the game, that makes a lot of sense for a goad deck. No real budget restriction. During playtest in Forge and Goldfishing, I had times where I draw a lot of cards, but it couldn't do anything with them, which is a little annoying. I'm mostly looking for cards that keeps the clone and goading synergy, but doesn't subtract them from the game plan when making it a fun control deck, since I'm not used to control decks. So whenever I see, like, we have some sort of tempo angle, and we're also controlling, and we're also drawing a bunch of cards, I'm immediately thinking of pitch spells as a way to turn card advantage into mana advantage, and board advantage, and tempo advantage, and everything. So I'm wondering if we're running any redundant goat effects or anything like that. I'm a little dubious about maybe ramp too, but we'll see. You mean stupid elk. What did I do? Why am I mean and stupid? I mean, I am both of those things. Why are we not on Hot Pursuit? What does that card do, dog? I'm not gonna lie, I'm not really a goad gamer. Persit. I see. That's pretty good. Since we only go on attack. Ooh, true. Okay. My 2 cents, I really don't like these little mana dorks. They don't trigger Bothersome Closet, etc. Dude, I'm so mad they printed this card. I just make it Spark Double, dude. Why do we have to rename it? It's actually confusing me. That's the second time that's happened today where someone had Loki's double in a deck and I'm like, what is this card? Am I missing some cool synergy with Roku, or does this just not make sense? Whenever a player attacks. Okay, that's cool. Go to creatures also give you mana. What am I using that for? I guess you just pump up their creatures. I don't know why this isn't just like a... Because, like, in my opinion, if we're just using the pump ability on Roku, why aren't we, like... Oh, what's the name of it? Fiendish Duo. Or, even better, you can do, What it's a aberration, sorry. How do you spell aberration? What, it's not aberration. That's the name of... It's a beholder. Blood Kiss. Thank you. Me for remembering. Death Kiss. I'm going to lose my mind. What is the name of this card? Death Kiss. There we go. It's a beholder. Okay. Aberration. Beholders are aberrations in D&D. That's why I was confused. Do you know what would be a really bad card in this deck? Fate Spinner. Fate Spinner would be awful. That's like putting a changeling in Volo. I see. Puppet Master String Puller could work here. Oh, I don't know why I didn't think of that. You're entirely right. It's just a bit. I know these cards are small. I just need to get my snide remarks in. I like the 41 lands. That's very responsible. I'm proud of you. Okay. Honestly, this deck is already looking kind of decent. Like, this card was tailor-made for this deck. I don't know why we don't run Vengeful Ancestor. I think that's number 1 for me. Number 1 head scratcher as to why this isn't in the deck. Do you ever just run Disrupt Decorum?
Do you run Shadow the Second Sun? Vengeful is okay. Vengeful's great. I think Vengeful's awesome. It's a dragon, so it double triggers Fur Crack. This is fucked up. Clone it a bunch? Ew. Shadow Court. I do think Shadow Court is right. Because Monarchy is really good in a Goad deck. And Shadow is very good in a control deck. So they literally just stack perfectly. It's a 1-2 punch of things you care about. No one's hitting me. Also, I want to hold open my mana for Aether Spouts and still play stuff on my turn. It's literally like so perfect. And maybe you just cut a island. Love the Forbidden Orchard. God, you are a deck building genius. This is your first, like, control deck? This is cool. Very impressive deck for numero uno. Made sure the deck wasn't private or unlisted. Link should work, otherwise I've sent an export on coffee. Okay, great. Thank you so much. So we can get on that next. For Crag. Chameleon. Swing. Oh, we could have drawn a card. My fault. This has haste. This has haste. Ew. And then we'd get double triggers. So every time something hits, we would draw 2 now. That's broken. And we have stub and redirect. Ew. Ew. Yeah, this is evil. Is it bad that I almost have no notes for this deck? Beyond what I've just done? Like, I almost think I have no notes. Which I don't know if that's happened to me in so long. This is just very streamlined. Maybe no Jaxus. Ultimecia seems good. But 6 mana is a lot. Maybe Balefang? Dude. Whoa. It has protection from demons and dragons. It makes a Baneslayer Angel, guys. This doesn't work. These are all dragons. Balefang would not be good. Giving out Baneslayers is actually not what you want to do. It turns out this Bane is going to be slayed if you put Baneslayer Angel in. I'm wondering if there's a way we can keep things from blocking. And without killing ourselves. Because I know Bedlam exists. I got lost in the sauce? No, don't worry about it, Thunder. Because I like believed you for half a second. I was like, wait, that's a great idea. And then I realized how awful it would be. Willbreaker.
Willbreaker feels like it's doing something different, but it is good. Angel of Pax, thank you for the tier 1, by the way. I guess we could put in Willbreaker. Thundermaw keeps things from blocking. For how long, though? We need it to stop blocking also during our opponent's turns when they swing with the goated creatures, so that way they hit our opponents and we draw cards. Although I hang out, but this is only with flying. Frontier Warmonger? That does give haste. Okay, yeah, Frontier Warmonger is exactly what we want. Is there a, like, red or blue card that's like, whenever an opponent attacks another opponent, the creatures they control can't be blocked? Dude, I love this song, by the way. I know I love this song. I put it in my playlist, but... Also, oh my god. This is just so noisy and loud. It's one of my favorites. Some sort of mass tap engine? We could do that. Especially with Shadow of the Second Sun. Ooh, hang on. Wait. We're filling our card with hands. Guys, oh my god. Discard, tap. There's the fucking stupid enchantment. Mind over matter. Discard a card. You may tap or untap target artifact, creature, or land. So now we've turned cards in hand into ramp and also into tapping. Hang on, guys. And then that works with Willbreaker. Oh my god. Ew. Maybe no resculpt. I mean, it gives them a creature we can go. That's kind of cool. And it's an instant and it's pretty flexible. Yeah, I kind of like that. Ooh, I like the march. Slip out the back. That's where I'm like, you're kind of losing me, I think. I think slip out the back sucks. Because it phases out. At least this we can phase out all your blockers, right? This has an alternate use case. Furcrag being phased out is worse than other forms of protection because then his static ability isn't around for when our opponents hit each other, so we don't draw a billion cards. That's what I think I'm locking in as my thought process. How about instead of negate, we run foil? This is another one of these, like, we have a large hand, let's use the hand as a resource kind of cards. 3 Steps Ahead is interesting, but it's not a non-legendary clone, so I think the clone use is a little worse in our deck. And then no Into the Floodmaw, and then you go like more pitch counter magic like Calm Mandir. And Misdirection. Misdirection's $10? Oh my god. Anyway, it's in. Are we on Red Death? Oh, is that the stupid, I almost said Murloc. This is not a Murloc. Mirelurk. There you go, that's the word. Go to target creature. That player draws a card. You add red. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. Probably better than one of these. Probably going to lock in Felwar Stone as the one that goes. Pyro. Pyrokinesis, I don't want to remove creatures from the board. Does that make sense? That's my thinking against Pyrokinesis. I don't want to take things off the board unless I really desperately need to. And then in which case, 4 damage is probably not going to take the things I need off. Avatar of Slaughter. I think Avatar of Slaughter has too many nombos. Boop. Nothing. Top 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ripples. Oh, for Furcrag. Okay, once again, I do think Ripples is actually worse than just like a counter spell. It's cute, but phasing out Furcrag is actually kind of anti-synergy, I think. Are you going to address the beef on the podcast? Trinket called you something lazy YouTuber. I don't remember. Where, when, what, huh? Where did he say this? YouTube chat. Curse of Opulence is good ramping goad. Yeah, that is pretty decent, but like latest YouTube video? Hang on. Sorry guys, I need to see this. It's obviously a gag, but I need to see what he said to me. Hang on. So sorry. Sorry, Shadow Hearts. Okay, we're going to go desktop audio on mute. Oh, is Firefox crashing? What's happening? I think I've somehow broken Firefox. Yeah. Ooh. Okay, good. We've reloaded. We're fine. Apparently, I've already watched this video and I just did not realize it. I probably watched it while I was high. Aha! There we go. It's at the end. I don't watch all my friends' videos all the way through. Oh no, I'm gonna cry. Guys, I'm like almost crying. That made me dewy-eyed. Aw. Yeah, there's no beef there. No, I'm crying! Not on stream! Oh, I can't cry, that's gay. Loud music, come back on, stop thinking. We gotta build a deck. That's an awesome Trinket Mage made me cry, and then it's like the exclamation point question mark. What an asshole, making me cry on stream. What a dick. I mean, basic for judging this deck for not running propaganda. It's in the name. No, you're kind of right, but also, I don't think you should run propaganda in this deck. Goat already points the creatures away from you. And then you have Aetherize Aether Spouts. I do think this is correct, by the way. One Pinnacle Monk seems insane. In our pitch spell deck. Seems pretty cool. Dude, I don't know how to make this deck better. It's literally so good. I'm very impressed with you. And by the way, this is their first control deck, first crack at a control deck. This is really good.
I'm like honestly, genuinely struggling to think about things to cut. Give them a refund for this? No, dude. I fucking cooked. I put mind over matter in this deck. This right here is worth the $50 price of admission. this mind nuke is insane. I am a super genius. I deserve every dime, etc. Mind over matter is $50. Yeah. I just noticed it's 4 pips. Dude, it's so expensive. It's so weirdly costed. Boom, boom. Okay, so is there something else that works with like big hand size? Don't say Reliquary Tower, you fuckers. Don't you dare. I would be open to a Thought Vessel. Nerd Rage. Nerd Rage is better. Nerd Rage is so good. Good job. Nerd Rage is it. Dude, honestly, Reliquary Tower wouldn't be bad in this deck. I'm gonna lock it in. You have a very rare Reliquary Tower deck. The stupid rock. I almost put Reliquary Tower in to piss you off. Dude, I'm putting it in your deck. I think hand size matters is a really fun angle. I think this could be a hand size matters deck. It's so rare, it deserves fancy art. Yeah, you're right. Boom. Chamber of Manipulation. I don't think we're that kind of deck. I think the Will Breaker makes a lot of sense, but I don't know if I like the idea of Chamber. Chamber's so clunky. I don't know if I like Mass Mutiny. I think I just like Insurrection, Mob Rule. Just like kill everyone. Decanter. Decanter is a 3-rock, which I do like a lot for Furkrag. I think I might like that more than the activated abilities of Laser Screwdriver. I just think that card's so expensive for its rate, like what it does. This is a very rare instance where I like these cards. Just because we're touching so much fucking cardboard and then top decking the Mind Over Matter, we want 50 cards in our hand for this to go ham. Decanter's probably better Vessel. Why not both, you know? I guess he cycled us then. Whoops. There we go. Swing, swing. And then, how many cards do we draw with 2 Furkrags? It's like a billion. Because it's Dink. Dink. Draw, draw. Draw, draw. Right, because we goaded 2 thing. Whenever one or more dragons you control attack an opponent. If you have 2 of those going at different opponents, you can goad 4 creatures. You can draw 8. Yeah, okay. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, like look at this. This is like actually great decanter value because now we can use this for like. I'm just imagining. By the way, I'm imagining drawing Mind Over Matter right now. And it's like we just have all these extra cards for that. That's insane. Like, look, Nerd Rage is active right now when it probably wouldn't have been. Draw 2. This has +10/+10 now. What the fuck? And then we have Commandeer. We have Misdirection. We have Shadow. Seagate. Seagate Restoration, yeah. Can we consider Mordenkainen? No. We don't need to generate threats. Yeah, this is really good. Good job, Jet. Genuinely impressed with you. Well-oiled machine. Made slightly more annoying. I think this is set though. Okay. Ideally this works now. Bingo Brongo, it is no longer an unlisted deck. I will not be available. I'll watch it later. Just please give a nice hello everyone. I can't that one sucked. Hello everyone. Hello everyone. There you go. My name is Brett, but the deck is for my younger brother Patrick, whom I've mailed the deck to in its current format for his birthday, which is on the 21st of August. The review is to give him suggestions for what to do with the deck. He's also been playing for longer than I have, probably about 15 years or so. I've only been doing this for about a year and a half. We're both the he-him. We're both he-him. I see, okay. I got you. But for funsies, I also go by it, they, or goon. Goon like a henchman, not like a gooner. Lol. That can probably fly in Maul's chat where everyone isn't perverted, but here it's gonna be misinterpreted. It's a bunch of swords. I like sword. Patrick likes swords. He had a sword at his wedding. The game plan is certainly to equip a bunch of small, dumb idiots and make them medium dumb. Okay, I say. First legendary creature you cast, each turn costs 2 less to cast, and then it's full of swords. Okay. I didn't have all the swords of X or Y, but I'm not opposed to finding some more swords. I don't feel like the deck has enough payoffs for the equipment. Okay. We can make the swords work. Is Buster Sword not in? Yo, Buster Sword ain't in, dog. We need to get Buster Sword in immediately. Try to keep the deck under $300. I think Buster Sword is like the first card I would add to this deck. I know it's $50. You need it. So why did we choose this commander? What's happening? Yeah, that is not keeping stuff under $300. That shit is too expensive. Dog, you notice here? This is $209. That's less than $300. What are you talking about? That's not... That shit is too expensive. No, it's not. It's not. It's factually not too expensive because this number isn't 300 or more. Pure still Zen. I meant the card is too expensive. Yeah, it is expensive. It's also like the best sword in the game. Put it in the sword deck. It shouldn't be a $50 card. I agree. It's a bullet you have to bite. It's a sword deck. It's a Final Fantasy sword deck. You have to bite the bullet here. I am not backtracking on this one. Unless the creator of the deck themselves is like, no. Then I'll go, okay. Got me there. I just don't know why we're doing legendary stuff. I'm very confused about why this is the commander. New white equipment cards. Yeah, so I was thinking about Feely. Or what is it? What is it? 2 mana. Go ahead and add it in. I'm not against picking one up. Exactly. I think Buster Sword needs to be in. My guess is that it's someone's waifu. That might be it. That might be it. Oh, this needs to be 0. Equip. Draw. Keely. Keely Feely. Blah, 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 blah. Is Forge Anew allowed? Probably. It has a sword in the art. Commander creatures you own have when this creature enters the battlefield in the beginning of your upkeep, a player may put 2 counters on... I just don't know what we're doing, like, factually. I'm going to make a few cuts, and then we're going to go in. +1/+0 for each other creature control. I don't know why. Like, what are we doing? Where's the synergy? What's happening? I'm confused, and I'm scared, quite frankly. Like, why are we running Restorative Technique? What are we ramping into? Our curve ends at 6. Our commander's 3 mana. This is 3 mana. Help. I'm very confused. There's, like, Razor Rings and Slash of Light. I don't know what's happening here. 37 lands. Ugh. I mean, let's play test. I would like to keep things to swords. I really don't like Voyager Quick Welder. I know we're an artifact deck, right? But like, unless you're doing this multiple times a turn, this is worse than a mana rock. And honestly, I don't see how storming off with equipment here is actually that good. Destroyed. You're running Glissa? Like, Glissa sucks. How about Nizan and his hammer? I think Nizan and his hammer would make a lot of sense. Feel free to change the commander. Okay. I think Nizan. Nizan cooks, right? How do you spell his goddamn name? Okay, it is like that. He's also really hot. Why don't we have a non-foil one? Okay. Hammer of Nizan. Boom. Hammer of Nizan. So Nizan enters. You search your library for an equipment card. Hammer. Put it directly into play. It auto-equips. And now everything auto-equips, which is awesome. It also gives Nizan indestructible, which is stupid. Okay, from here... I think we build an artifact toolbox of sorts. Let's get a Lion Sash in here. Lion Sash is an equipment that you can tutor for with equipment tutors, and it's a graveyard hate piece, which is very valuable. And then I think we start backing off the legendaries because now we have a commander that doesn't really care about legendaries. And by the way, if I'm cutting a card right now, it's just because I really do consider it bad for rate. Or it's like not doing something synergistic. Make a... why are we running Gleaming Barrier? Yeah, like I just disagree with a lot of what you put in the deck. And that's okay. I actually don't hate Steward of Valoron. It's cute. And we can go turbo budget with the ramp here. When it dies, return transformed. Yeah, I think we're just lost in the sauce. I don't really like a lot of this. The Incoherent Dog. Thank you. This guy might be replacing most of the deck here. Yeah, I think this is going to be better if we, like, do a lot differently. There's just draft chaff in here. This is, like, really bad. You know what I mean? And that's okay, because it's actually going to be really cheap to upgrade it. Right control's good. Great news. It's not hopeless. It's going to be very easy to replace a lot of this deck. Okay, so let's do Strength of the Harvest. Bushwhack. I just need to get more lands in the deck first. And then... yeah, guys, we're going to get into it really quickly. I just think the main gate is Nizana's 6 mana. And so if we just get to 6 mana as fast as we humanly possibly can, this deck's going to win. And it's going to win with swords, which is exactly what we want. Elka's Bushwhack a land, yes. Is a tap land a land? Yes. Bridgeworks Battle. Actually, I don't like strength as much as I like colony. Just run the 3 fight spell lands. It's amazing that they did this 3 times. Colony. Just moving around letters like an idiot until it works. There we go. All right, so get ready for this. Avacyn's Pilgrim. Avacyn's Pilgrim is 29 cents. Wild Growth. Wild Growth is 30 cents. Utopia Sprawl is like 50 cents. It's $1, my fault. And then you go Arbor Elf. Arbor Elf, untap land. Untap land, good, especially when land have aura. Overgrowth. That makes 2 mana for 3 mana. That's broken. So if you go 1, 3, you're on 5 mana next turn, and then you're 1 away from Nazan. Danitha. No, I don't like any of the Danithas here. Maybe this Danitha. But I don't think Danitha's all that good in equipment decks, in all honesty. We already cheat everything. We have Hammer of Nazan, right? Everything cheats already. Gotta go. Love the stream. We'll see how badly I got roasted later. Don't worry. It's all down to preference, but honestly, the deck was pretty weak, I think, out of the gate. Could Golden Tail finally work? That's the one that gives everything affinity for whatever the hell. And also, by the way, thank you for getting a deck review. And also, thank you for sending me $20 in super chats, like, back to back. Thank you. You are infinitely generous. So, Golden Idiot. Golden Tail. There we go. What are we doing? Two mana dorks with keywords and stats. Yeah, I like that idea a lot. Worn Power Stone, if you drop it on 3, you mean... Oh, actually, I like your Coalition Relic recommendation. Coalition Relic is very good. Put a charge counter on it in the next turn, you have 5 mana. Don't like Foundry Inspector. Don't like Mavinda. Mavinda's funny with the fight spells. I'll give her that. Sorry, I did not notice these. Caradora, mount her vehicle. Okay. Oh, we can run Faburo. Faburo Elder's really good. Right now I'm trying to focus on acceleration here. SRAM's a very good inclusion, of course. Senior Artificer. We need to be careful about adding too many things that are creatures and not equipment. No birds or Avacyns. Birds is expensive. And Avacyn's already in. Avacyn's was the first one I put in. I'm trying to keep all future inclusions cheap. Yeah, I know it's plural. My fault. Patriotic Shield. Okay. Not trying to shame, just... Yeah, no. I didn't read it that way, don't worry. Brigid also... Brigid. Yeah, but we're not going wide. Tashar? Tashar is more interesting, yeah. But Tashar, we don't have a lot of creatures. We don't have a lot of creatures. Insidious Fungus. What's the name of Gwenna? Is Gwenna even good here? I don't think Gwenna's good. She's big spells. That's not necessarily true, but I think we don't have enough creature. Somberwald Sage? Somberwald Sage is creature only. I don't know if I really like that. Talisman or Signet is 2 mana too much. Plant rampant growth, shared roots, cultivate. I think ramping on 2 is bad. I think I want 2 to be dedicated to like setup pieces. Or I want to skip 2 altogether. What's the name of that one equipment that's a mana rock? The Iron Crag. It's a sword. And it's ramp. A little expensive, but Carpet of Flowers is fun for ramp. I just put that in the same bucket as Pyroblast, where I just do not think about color hosers. Unless they have like a high floor. Especially in lower brackets where it just doesn't really matter. Aether Spark's already in. But it loses all of their abilities, that's fine. It doesn't have to work until, like, after we get our commander in play, we don't have to worry about it. It's okay that it turns off. I actually don't hate Bitterthorn. We're not land ramping, so I don't know if Blackbait's all that good, but it's definitely fine. Yo, Blade of Selves on Nazan gets you multiple ETBs. Yeah, search your library for an equipment card and reveal it. Yeah, that's cool. Great Sword of Tears, very good. +2/+1 Trample Haste. It's okay. Any room with funny stuff like Sword of the Meek / Death Render? What does Death Render say? I don't think so, sadly. Isn't it assistant already? I don't know. No. It's probably worth it. Are we running a Brass Squire? Everything already cheats, I think. Rare use of art tech on the Elk Stream. It's a theme deck. It's a theme deck with funny things in it, like swords.
Sword of the Animus. I don't like that Sword of the Animus has to equip to something. I like that Nissa's or Bitterthorn just comes in and is a thing. You know what I mean? Maybe Cutsills? You are a genius. Absolutely, Cutsill. Maybe we do add the double strike. Holy Avenger. Window. Would Miri be a good inclusion? Yeah, Miri's evil. Miri, Weatherlight Duelist, first striker. You attack, you tap one of their best blocker with Nazan. Ew. Ew. And then they can only block with one thing? Oh my god, gross. These are in the same precon. This makes a lot of sense why they work together. I kind of want more 3-drop ramp that ramps you for 2. Conqueror's Flail? Conqueror's Flail is, I don't know, I don't like it as much as Cutsil. It doesn't ramp for 2, though. Worn Power Stone? Honestly, I might. Stonehewer is a good sword fetcher. I'm just not concerned about getting equipment in my deck. You know what I mean? I'm going to have equipment. You skipped a mirror that ramps for 2. Oh, Palladium. Palladium mirror, yes. And then you run, what's the stupid? Sereth Steel Seeker. No Codsworth. All of our equipment already cheats into play. We're not going to run equipment cheaters besides the ones that are like actually really solid. I think Codsworth is just too slow. Sarenth Steel Seeker. I can't spell. There we go. Whenever an artifact enters, you explore. Evil. Dispatch feels real. Arc Reactor funnies. I don't know if I like Arc Reactor. It's also ramp, right? Yeah, but it doesn't ramp our commander. Our commander's the important thing to ramp into. Llanowar Tribe, we're too hard to cast. Too hard to cast. That triple green's impossible. It's not impossible. It's just, I don't, it's going to be dead a lot of the time. And you want that thing on turn 2. Temple of the False God secret banger, by the way. Holy shit, it's so good here. Let's put in Monumental Henge. Sage of the Maze. That's actually not a bad recommendation. We can do that. Anyway, tap for 4. Get a Historic. It's just so high floor. It's like insane. Probably do Buried Ruin as well. Actually, don't cut forests. What is playing right now? This is cool. It's TV Room. Okay, let's try this out. This is a great hand if we draw 1 land. Name white. Put a charge counter. Get that mana back. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 floating. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then the 6 mana is floating. Nazan. Hammer. This is a turn 3 Nazan. Hammer goes directly into play on Nazan. And that'll assist. Dancing Sword. And I guess you'd cast the Ironcrag first. Swing. Tap your creature. And then it's a billion attacker. Okay, this is non-negotiable now. What's the name of the card? Pariah Shields. So now we have an indestructible commander, and all the damage that would be dealt to us is dealt to our indestructible commander instead. Thermonuclear bomb. And then we have removal. Yeah, this is also removal. This is awful. Blinkmoth earns a dangerous game. But dude, this card is awful. That's okay. It's a sword. Vibranium energy daggers. What is this fucking game, man? Okay. Should we cut a townland for a basic? The townland. This? No. No way. Oh, this. Yeah, maybe. Let's just make the mana base a little better without compromising Utopia Sprawl. Okay, this is keepable. It's not my favorite, but it is keepable. You do the slower option first. I guess you just cast Nazan. So yeah, anyway, hopefully you can see Nazan just like in his hammer for the goat that he is. Boop, 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 swing. Like, this is something. Oh no! No, come back to my hand, everyone. Please, come back. I need you. Come back. That's such a funny draw. Okay, Mask of Memory should probably come in. It's a good card advantage equipment. Swordsman Steel. Yeah, that looks about right. Okay. Gain a life. Gilly the resourceful. Mirre. Draw. And this doesn't trigger multiple times a turn, so we just pass, hold up colony ambush. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have an enduring story. Hammer. Equip. Swing. Draw. SRAM. That's really good soon. Anyway, swing. Okay, Sword of War and Peace. 1, 2. SRAM. 1, 2, 3. Sword, draw 2. Like, this is motion. This is happening. Bye, Jaguar. Thanks for stopping by. Thank you for getting a deck review. Is that a choker on your character or some kind of other peril? It's a choker, I think. You did over 300 by just a smidge. Ah, so true. Anyway, let's sort by price and just cut the most expensive thing, and then we're fine. I also changed a lot of printings to be more expensive, too. So this is not actually 100% accurate, because I did change the Sword of Fire and Ice to a more expensive printing, because I didn't like looking at the ugly one. Set the cheapest printing. Secluded Starforge might be a good include. I do like the idea of Secluded Starforge. That is a very good inclusion. I think I want to focus on the lands a little bit, now that we've got the deck kind of figured out. Just making sure we have the proper amount of utility lands and stuff feels kind of important. Like, I don't know what we're doing with Lupin Power Village. Yeah, under more. I know how to set it to cheapest printing. Anyway, we still need to make a cut. Okay, maybe not Miri. Miri is very good, though. So I don't know if I want to cut Miri. We can run a hammer to Zon deck without... Or run a Zon deck without his hammer. Pariah's Shield's non-negotiable to me. Maybe just Nettle Cyst? Like... If we just set this back to this, we're like already like $20 under budget. Cut the Shockland? No way. This makes the mana so much better, it's unreal. Okay. One land does that how? Do we really have a lot of things to fetch? No, it really is just like... It's... Having a duel on turn 1 makes your mana so much better. Also, Temple Garden's $7. It's like, that's not expensive for a duel, like a shock. Sort USD. I thought it was $20. No. It's super cheap. $7. Yeah, we're gonna keep the additions really cheap here. Gathering Place, Brushland. Not Strength. Strength is so fine, but and then I think this will roll out pretty good. Pure Steel. Overgrowth Forest. Gathering Place. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. No, we drew the hammer. We drew Patches. It's okay. It's not the end of the world. Why gain 1 life over the dual... So Canopy Vista should go in over the gain land. By the way, I didn't put the gain land in. That was just in already. Canopy Vista would be very good. And I think we're about good, right? Is there a fun utility land in the world, maybe? Could do something like a, we could spend all day critiquing the mana base, but honestly, I think it's fine as is. The Exile Graveyard one? Yeah, you can run like Scab Grounds. Actually, with Mana Dorks, isn't Sand Scout really good with Mana Dorks? Because you go turn 1 Dork, turn 2 don't do your land drop, play Sand Scout, and then do your land drop. I'm just wondering if it's a Sand Scout deck. I think it's something to consider. I think it's too expensive for what it does. Do we need the Quicksand one? No, but it's funny. I'm all for keeping cards in just because they're funny. Keep. The only thing I wish I had is a Mana Dork. There's an argument to sandbag equipment in this deck just because once Nazan's hammer comes down... Okay, well, if I knew I was going to draw Keeley, then I wouldn't have really worried about it, but... So that was 2. We have 6 total mana. Bitterthorn, draw. Aeronaut's Wings, draw. Swing, get your land anyway. Yeah, this is working out great. This is like very, very consistent. Did you put Findhorn Elves in? No, you don't. I'm not running Elvish Mystic either. Like, this is the correct amount of dorks, I think. It's probably better than Steward, though. Okay, I think that does it. I think this is it. I think this is the best version of Selesnya Swords you can do. I think the Zon is like significantly better than what we had before. I don't know what we were doing with the Legends Matter thing, all this stuff. This is swords, and we beat you to death with swords. Like, this is real. Anyway, thank you for getting a deck review. Hopefully, your brother ends up liking this list a lot. But I think that does it, everyone. I'm getting a little peckish, so I'm going to end the stream on YouTube. Thank you all for joining us. Check the description down below if you want to get your deck reviewed for next week. I think we sold out of Tuesday slots, sadly, but if you want your deck reviewed next week on Sunday, by all means, check the description down below. Thank you all for joining.